send all your hate, man. You know how we do it.
Getting paid's just a regular thing to us. Cause if it ain't getting money, it's strange to us. And if you don't wanna smoke, you ain't gotta pay. I'm rolling up by myself, trying to find a way. Floating away, floating away, floating away, floating away.
I swear I got so high last night I don't even remember going to sleep. But I do know these Louis go with my feet. And the critics, they feel how my lyrics do go over beats. 20K shopping when do go overseas. Smoking weed in the most expensive suite. Even though we ain't supposed to be living anywhere close to these people. How they gon' hate on me? I got more bread than most of these people. Don't wish that for my enemies. I pour a toast for them. And keep positive energy and hella smoke for them. Smoke for them. Bump in high grade liquor for my niggas. Never seen a ghost in person, now she riding in one. Never seen a ghost in person, cost me 5 figures. That's like 50 G's a person if you riding with us. To the sky's limits. Roll some weed and get high with winners. My niggas eating when it's time for dinner.
It's just a regular thing to us. Cause if it ain't getting money, it's strange to us. And if you don't wanna smoke, you ain't gotta pay. I'm rolling up by myself, trying to find a way. Floating away, floating away, floating away, floating away.
We seen you come out of Pittsburgh. Chevy Woods always by your side. But you building the team now.
Absolutely. The team just consists of what has motivated me to get to this point and what I see taking me into the future. Not me personally, but just, you know, I feel like my spirit is worldwide and we all share the same spirit.
I'm just smoking a trippy stick on this one. OG hash oil. It's cool.
Roll a joint, roll another one. When it's all said and done, I'll be at the top, bitch, cause I hustle a lot. Them cars, we pulling them off the lot. Don't even test drive it before I cop. Just boarded a yacht, or at the crap table in Vegas. The dealer saying how he admire my watch. I'm placing my wager, don't even care how much paper I blow. Cause how to get this money is the young couple things that I know. I'm blowing that thing by the O.
Come to earth, and he was preaching a gospel or a message that God is returning. The kingdom of heaven is coming. And after he was crucified, he was resurrected, and then he went to heaven. And what's really important is that Jesus will eventually return. Okay? And this is called the second coming. Okay? This is the second coming of Jesus, and when he comes, he will bring heaven onto earth. And we will all live forever in peace. Okay, so that's the story of Jesus. Then the question then is, why does religion become so popular? So popular, in fact, that today about 2 billion people believe in it. Okay, it's the most popular, most powerful religion in the world. And at first, the appeal of Christianity is that it was a revolutionary religion that promised a better world to the world's oppressed. Okay, so if you look at the early people who followed Christianity, it was slaves, peasants, women, okay, people who were marginalized in society. And the idea of Jesus is that a better world is coming where everyone will be equal. Okay? The meek shall inherit the earth. So if you think about it, Christianity is appealing because what it is, it's a free lottery ticket. Okay, does that make sense? It's a lottery ticket. It costs you nothing, and hey, if it's right, then you go to heaven. Okay, so at first, Christianity was an extremely revolutionary religion, and its basic characteristics in the beginning were it was revolutionary, it was egalitarian, and it was anti-authority. And so these individuals who before were outcast in society, okay, like criminals, Jesus promised hope, salvation, and redemption, okay? So before, if you were a criminal, there was really no way for you to redeem yourself in society. And Jesus is the promise of your salvation and redemption, okay? And that's why it was so appealing to a lot of people. It became so popular that it became the official religion of the Roman Empire. Now there's a problem, okay? Because remember, Christianity is a revolutionary, egalitarian, and anti-authority religion. And now it's become an empire. So they had to develop new theories to reinvent Christianity as an establishment religion. Okay? And as we discussed last semester, the person who did this was Augustine. Okay, Augustine. Remember that last semester we read City of God and Confessions. And City of God and Confessions, it's really to adapt Christianity as an establishment religion, to reduce its revolutionary nature. Okay, so is this all making sense to you? And one problem that Augustine had was the idea of a second coming, okay? That the world will end. He had a major problem with this idea for many reasons, okay? But the first reason is that, if the world's going to end, why do we have to do anything? Why can't we just drink and party and play video games every day, right? What's the point of working? That's the first problem, right? Second problem is, well, why is Jesus coming back? It's because the world sucks, right? Well, who's in charge of the world? The Catholic Church is in charge of the world. Do you understand? So Jesus is coming back to destroy the authority of the Catholic Church. That's not good. All right? So for many reasons, Augustine basically said, okay, second coming, don't worry about it. Okay? Jesus will come back whenever he wants to come back. But before he comes back, we, the Catholic Church, will take care of everyone, okay? All right, so why is this important? This is important because from Augustine onwards, we've had divergent understanding of what the second coming means, okay? For people who believe in the second coming, the term we use is premillennialism. Premillennials, okay? Because the second coming promised 1,000 years of peace. Okay, premillennialism is this, okay? Pre means before, right? So when Jesus comes back, he will give us 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. Okay, do you understand? Before he comes back, okay? When he comes back, he will give us 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. And what Augustine said is, no. That 1,000 years is just a metaphor. It's not actually going to happen. In fact, it's already happened because the Catholic Church is giving us this 1,000 years of peace and prosperity. Okay? So he's called a millennialist, which means no, okay? That 1,000 years is just a metaphor. It's not going to really happen, okay? So that's the second big idea. Now, as we know, because all power became concentrated in the Catholic Church, there's a rebellion against the Catholic Church called the Reformation. Okay? The Reformation. And the idea of the Reformation is God did not mean for his authority to be established in the church, to be held by priests. God is meant to speak to all of us through the Bible. Okay, so what the major difference between the Catholic religion and the Protestant religion is Catholics are not allowed to read the Bible. They don't read the Bible. Whereas Protestants must read the Bible. They must seek meaning and guidance from their interpretation of the Bible. Okay? And because of the Reformation, you now have thousands, tens of thousands of different religions spawning up, okay? Does that make sense? All right? So you have different religions and you have different descent. So let's look at England, okay? England. So England, there's a king, and before the Catholic Church was supposed to have authority over the king. And of course, the king did not like that. So he supported the Reformation and he changed the Catholic Church into something called the Anglican Church, okay? Or the Church of England, which he would have authority over. But once the Reformation started, again, you are now allowed to read the Bible. And because of that, you have thousands of new religions coming up in England, okay? And they believe different things, but one thing that they all believed in is the Bible is the supreme authority. Okay? The Bible is the supreme authority, not the king. Right? So this started a major conflict between these groups and the king. And these people are called dissenters. And eventually this led to something called the English Civil War, where the dissenters, the Puritans, killed the king. Okay? But then the king was reestablished. And so this led to decades and decades of fighting in England. So one way that the king tried to resolve this conflict is by sending all these dissenters to America. Okay? To America. And the idea is this. These dissenters believe that the Bible is a supreme authority. The Bible asks us to do certain things, okay? Because it's written in the Bible. For example, you're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to dance. You're not allowed to have any fun. You must focus on your own spiritual improvement. Okay? You're not allowed to have slaves. And so, because they believe these things, they were constantly in conflict with the establishment, okay? With people in power. And so the king was like, guys, if you really believe in these things, go to America. Why? Because there's nobody in America. So you can build your own kingdom of heaven. Do you understand? Okay? So this is the origin of the United States. The United States was founded as a Christian nation, which put the Bible as the supreme authority. Okay? Does that make sense? You guys probably don't know this about the United States. You think the United States, it's a non-religious, secular, multicultural nation that believes in science, right? That's what it looks like from the outside. But inside its soul, its history, it is a Christian nation dedicated to achieving the kingdom of God on earth. Okay? And using the Bible as the supreme authority and guide to achieve this kingdom on earth. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So, these people in America, these dissenters, okay? One question that they always ask themselves is, why isn't Jesus back yet? Okay, the second coming. Why isn't the second coming back yet? And different people have different explanations. Okay, and so from this group, come two more groups, okay? You have some people who are called the post-millennials. Okay? And post-millennials believe that Jesus will come back after we establish 1,000 years of the Christian church in the world. Okay, does that make sense? So we have to prove that we are worthy of God. God's not going to come back and establish this for us. We have to do it ourselves. Okay? So these are people called post, which is say that Jesus will come after the 1,000 years. But then you have another group called dispensationalists. I don't even know how to spell this word actually. Okay, anyway, dispensationalists, historic, okay? All right, so now the premillennialists are split into two other groups. So the historic premillennialists are people who believe what the early Christians believed, which is that Jesus is going to come back. Don't worry when he's coming back. Just be a good person, and he'll come back eventually, okay? It's not up to us to ask when he's coming back. He's God, okay? He has a plan. He knows what he's doing. Just be patient, guys, okay? That's the historic premillennials. And then you have another group called the dispensationalists premillennials, okay? And what they believe is something different. They believe that, in the Bible, if you read the Bible very, very closely, it tells you how and why Jesus will return. Okay? What the Bible says is that there must be a nation called Israel, okay? And Israel is a nation of Jews. And then Israel has something called the temple, because that's where God resides, okay? It must have the temple. And then what will happen, according to the Bible, is that the Antichrist, okay, or Satan, lives, okay? Then there will be an Antichrist, okay, Satan, who will be the great deceiver. He'll pretend to be God. He'll pretend to be Messiah, but he's really Satan, okay? And then he will launch a war when all the nations of the world will try to attack Israel. And at this point, Jesus will come back, and he will destroy the Antichrist. He will save Israel, and he will usher in 1,000 years of peace. Before, and then 1,000 years later, you'll have the last judgment, where God will judge us to be either worthy or not worthy. If we are worthy, we'll live on forever. If we're not worthy, then we'll burn in hell forever, okay? Okay. So there are different variations of this prophecy with what they believe, okay? So in other words, the historic premillennials, what they believe about the coming of Jesus is it's a promise, okay? Jesus promises to return. He's God. He will keep his promise. He's probably very busy right now with other things, so don't worry about it, guys, okay? Let's just be patient and trust in Jesus, okay? That's what they believe. But the dispensationalists, premillennialists, believe that the prophecy, it's a plan. Okay? It's something that we must achieve to bring Jesus back. And if we do what the Bible tells us to do, which is to say, to have Israel as a nation run by the Jews, to have the temple, and then to face the Antichrist, then Jesus will return. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, now, so these are the four different views of the end times. Okay, you have the historic premillennialists who believe that Jesus has promised to return. Let's just wait, guys. Don't worry about it. You have the dispensationalists, premillennialists, who believe that we have to work hard to bring Jesus back, okay? And then you have the amillennialists who are like, no, the 1,000 years, it's just a metaphor. It's not gonna happen. Don't worry about it, guys, okay? And then you have the post-millennialists who believe that it's up to us to establish a good world. Jesus is not gonna do it for us. If we do this, then Jesus will return, okay? And so, but remember, guys, okay, this is a very simple version of the 4 different beliefs. Even within each belief, there are variations, okay? Because again, there are 2 billion people who believe in Christianity, and they all believe something different, okay? Does that make sense? All right, are we clear about the 4 different ideas? Any questions? Okay, so, okay, so you don't actually have to remember this, okay? But all I'm trying to show you is that even within Christianity, there's a debate, okay? But there's a concern, an obsession as to when Jesus will return and how he will return. Okay, does that make sense? All right. So, this is important. Now, most Christians don't believe in dispensationalist premillennialism, okay? In fact, most Christians believe that dispensationalist premillennialism is actually pretty evil. Why? Why would it be evil? We cannot believe in dispensationalist premillennialism because it's evil. Why? As a Christian, why would you think this is evil? What's a problem with believing that there's a plan in the Bible? Why would that be anti-Christian? Okay, so this is hard, okay? But the idea is that with this plan, you're trying to manipulate God. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, you're trying to force God to return, and you shouldn't do that. If you believe in God, then you will trust God. And you will try your best to be a good person, which is what the Bible asks you to do. And when God returns, it's none of your business, okay? It's not our concern. So the dispensationalist premillennialists are an extremely controversial minority within Christianity, okay? Most Christians don't actually believe this. And they find that a lot of these beliefs to be evil, and maybe even blasphemous. Okay, you're insulting God with this sort of thinking. Okay, the problem is that of all these groups, the dispensationalist premillennialists, are the most organized, and they're the most fanatical. They really believe that this is true, okay? And we know that throughout history, those who achieve their objectives are people who tend to be the most united and who are the most fanatical in achieving their objective, okay? That's the first point. Second point is that this sort of belief thrives in a time of massive uncertainty and inequality, like the time that we are living in today, okay? Where inequality is growing, where there's more instability and uncertainty. So in other words, there are more and more people who believe in dispensationalist premillennialism. We're continuing the So let me present to you my hypothesis to the 3 questions. Why is Putin winning the war in Ukraine? Where did he come from? What does he want? Okay, So I'm going to start off with a couple of biographical details about Putin. And remember, what's really important is we're getting these details from the mouth of Putin himself. So it's possible these details are fabricated. It's possible they're embellished. But let's just look at these two details. The first detail I want to look at is Putin told the New York Times in an interview that his grandfather, Spiridon Putin, was the personal cook to both Vladimir Lenin as well as Joseph Stalin. Okay, that's the first detail I want to look at. Second detail I want to look at is, and again, Putin told this to reporters in an interview. His mother was a devout Christian who secretly baptized him. And even today, he wears the baptismal cross to show his devotion to his mother and to his faith and to his country. So, what do these two details tell us? And again, remember, what's really important is these two biographical details could be completely fabricated. Okay? All right, but let's assume that there is truth to these details. Spiridon Putin, Putin's grandfather, was the personal cook to both Lenin and Stalin. Well, what this tells us is that he was a very powerful person because he had access to the most powerful people in Russia. And if you're powerful, then you can start to do favors for the people. You can promote their careers. You can also save their lives. And as a result, a lot of people high up in the Soviet bureaucracy, the nomenclature, they owe a lot of favors to Putin's grandfather. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is, because he was a personal cook to the most powerful people in the Soviet Union, it meant that he was extremely trusted. He was probably part of the KGB, a very high official within the KGB, and also the KGB was probably spying on him, his family, and all his friends. And they found nothing wrong with this guy. Spiridon Putin died of old age. He died when he was 86, when Putin was 13 years old. And he was never purged, he was never arrested, he was never suspected of anything. Okay, so this man clearly was humble, he had no ambitions, and he was selfless. He was dedicated to his leaders, preparing good meals for his leaders. And that suggests to me that he was religious. And again, it was very common for Russians of his generation, of his background, to be Orthodox Christian. And so he was probably religious, and he was probably a devout Orthodox Christian. Okay, that's the second thing that we must know about him. And the third thing that I suspect is that he really loved and admired Lenin and Stalin, especially Stalin. Because remember, in World War II, Hitler invaded the Soviet Union. It really seemed the end of days. 27 million Soviet citizens died in this war. And for a Russian to have won this war, you had to believe that it was divine intervention. And you had to believe that Stalin really was the Messiah. And what's important is Stalin was able to win this war because of his rapprochement with the Orthodox Church. Starting with Lenin, there was massive persecution of the Orthodox Church because Lenin, Trotsky, they were all atheist, Marxist intellectuals who believed that it was Orthodox Christianity that kept Russia feudal, primitive, backward. Stalin is different because Stalin was not a Marxist intellectual. He never went to university like Lenin and Trotsky. In fact, he was poor. His father was an abusive alcoholic. His mother, though, was a devout Christian who sent her son to seminary in order to become an Orthodox priest. And so Stalin didn't grow up in the Marxist tradition, he grew up in the Orthodox tradition. And that's probably why he got along much better with the Orthodox Church than he did with these Marxist intellectuals whom he ultimately purged and killed. So during World War II, Stalin had to engage the people. He had to excite them, and so he relied on the Orthodox Church to stir up these ethnic religious sentiments, these nationalistic sentiments, in order to unite the people against the Nazis. And for the Orthodox Church, this really was a holy war. This was a war between the Third Rome, which is Moscow. In the Orthodox tradition, Moscow is considered the Third Rome. The second Rome, of course, was Constantinople, which fell to Ottoman Turks in 1453. And so this war was really the ultimate struggle between true Christian civilization, which is Soviet Union, and the Antichrist, which was Nazi Germany. And the Orthodox Church then had to see Stalin as a Messiah, as the chosen one who would lead them to ultimately victory against the Nazis, who would redeem Russian civilization from the evil communism, and who would restore the Byzantine Empire. But before Stalin could restore the Byzantine Empire, he died. Some believe that his colleagues, who were afraid of him, they poisoned him. But in the Orthodox tradition, that just means that he truly is Messiah. Because remember, Jesus had to die before we could be redeemed. And Jesus had to die before the world could truly believe in him. And because he died, there's now a promise that he would eventually return and save the world, the second coming. So after Stalin died, we can imagine that there were many people within the Orthodox Church and also within elite Soviet politics that believed that Stalin would ultimately return to lead Russian civilization into ultimate victory against the Antichrist, and he would ultimately restore the Byzantine Empire, which is the destiny of Moscow. So why is this important? It's important because these ideas, Spiriton Putin would tell his grandson, Vladimir Putin. Spiriton Putin would also introduce Putin to this elite nexus of power within the Orthodox Church and within the Soviet hierarchy, so that Putin was well known to powerful people. And ultimately, Spiriton Putin would come to believe that his grandson, it's possible this very precocious young man, it is possible that he could be the second coming of Stalin. Okay? And so this helps us understand and answer the second question, which is how did Putin come into power? And the reason is that it was well known to a secret faction of the Orthodox Church and the KGB, and he was slowly nurtured over time. And when the time was appropriate, after the fall of the Soviet Union, after basically the increasing unpopularity of the Yeltsin regime, they thought now is the perfect time to put Putin into power. This also helps us explain the third question, which is what Putin wants. And Putin wants to be the second coming of Stalin. He wants to finish the mission that Stalin could not finish, which is the restoration of the Byzantine Empire. And so how will this be accomplished? Well, within the Orthodox eschatological tradition, there's a prophecy, and this prophecy is attributed most famously to a Greek Orthodox monk named Paisios of Mount Athos. There's controversy as to whether or not he actually said this prophecy, but it's most commonly attributed to him, and that's what the Russian narrative is. And the prophecy goes like this. Russia and Turkey are destined to go to war against each other. Right now, President Erdogan of Turkey, he's a very sly political operator. He's able to balance competing factions within his government, but he's also able to he's also able to balance competing forces in geopolitics, specifically Russia and NATO. Turkey is a member of NATO, but Turkey remains a close relationship with Russia. But after he passes from the scene, after he falls from power, then the new government will become very pro-NATO. And at that point, Turkey will start aggressive policies against Russia, like for example, closing off the Bosphorus and allowing NATO warships to enter the Black Sea, which will force Russia to invade Turkey. Russia will destroy Turkey in a matter of days, because remember, Russia is a nuclear superpower. And then Russia will hand Turkey, Constantinople, back to the Greeks, and this will restore the Byzantine Empire. The Hagia Sophia, the main cathedral in Constantinople, which was the seat for many centuries, the seat of the Orthodox world, that will be restored as an Orthodox church. It will be cleansed of its Islamic pollution, and this will unify the Orthodox world around Russia and around Putin. Okay, and that's the prophecy. And when I heard about this prophecy online, and what I'll do is I'll link YouTube videos describing this prophecy in the description. It's very important that you yourself understand this prophecy. When I first encountered this prophecy, I thought it was very strange because it didn't really sound like a prophecy. It sounded more like a plan. So I won't be surprised if the truth is that Russian intelligence implanted this prophecy among Orthodox monks, because remember, there's always been a close relationship between Russian intelligence and the Orthodox Church. And so what's the plan? The plan is to cause a war between Russia and Turkey, which will allow Russia to reclaim Constantinople, and then it would unite the Orthodox world. So that's prophecy. So how would this plan come into being? Well, what's interesting is, if you look at the trajectory of the war in Ukraine right now, it seems that this plan, this prophecy, will happen naturally. Because the next phase of this war is the Russian encirclement of Odessa. If Russians are able to take Odessa, Ukraine is finished, because Russia will be able to control the entire coastline eventually. Because the next phase of this war is the Russian encirclement of Odessa. If Russians are able to take Odessa, Ukraine is finished, because Russia will be able to control the entire coastline, which allows them to control trade and logistics in the Black Sea. And once Russia controls Eastern Ukraine, the war is over, because Eastern Ukraine is the agricultural and industrial heartland of Ukraine. Western Ukraine will become a welfare state for the European Union, and Putin is very happy to have that happen. This means that NATO will make its last stand in Odessa. Right now, a lot of preparations are being made to reinforce Odessa. And this is great for Putin, because once the Russians have been able to encircle Odessa, it becomes a death trap for NATO. NATO will send in a lot of soldiers, and they're all just going to die there. And this is going to cause a lot of popular resentment back in France, in Britain, in Poland, and this will probably cause a civil war in these nations. Remember, these nations are already on the brink of civil war. And what's more important is that eventually Turkey will be brought into this war because it is a NATO ally. And as a result, this gives Putin the opportunity to confront Turkey. And again, what's really important for us to understand is that Russia does not have to defeat Turkey on the battlefield. It doesn't even have to defeat France or Britain. All Russia has to do is draw this war out, and this war will become increasingly unpopular in Turkey, in Britain, in France, which leads to civil discontent, which leads to political chaos, and eventually these nations will collapse and implode economically and politically. And when that happens, Russia will be victorious. And so that's Putin's plan moving forward, to make Odessa into the final battle between NATO and Russia, which will culminate in the implosion, the political implosion of Turkey, which will allow for Russia to take over Turkey. In fact, the Turkish people might even invite Putin and the Russians into Turkey, thus fulfilling the prophecy and thus proving that Putin is in fact the Messiah, the second coming of Joseph Stalin. The best evidence for this is, again, that biographic detail that Putin revealed to journalists, that his mother was a devout Christian who baptized Putin secretly. This detail is important because it's a dog whistle to all those Orthodox fanatics and extreme Russian nationalists out there that, in fact, Putin and Stalin have a lot of similarities. In fact, they're probably the same person, because remember, Stalin himself, his mother was a devout Christian who sent him to seminary school. So that explains the second idea. Okay, that helps us answer the second question, which is, what does Putin want? Putin wants to restore the Byzantine Empire. He wants to unify the Orthodox world, and he wants to retake Constantinople from the Turks. And this war in Ukraine is the perfect platform, is a perfect mechanism for him to achieve his ambitions. And this leads us to the first question, which is, how is Putin able to do all this? How is Putin able to be able to control history like this? Friedrich Hegel would call Putin the world historical figure, and Friedrich Nietzsche would call Putin the Ubermensch, the Superman, the Overman, the man who is able to step outside of history to control history and achieve his political ambitions, and by doing so, forever change the course of human history. How is he the Ubermensch? Okay, so to answer this question, and again, I don't know the answer, okay? So here I'm only speculating. To answer this question, what's really important for us to understand is the conflict between the Orthodox Christian world and Western civilization. For Orthodox Christians, they really see Western civilization as a manifestation of the Antichrist. Because Western civilization, the three pillars of Western civilization are capitalism, science, and liberalism. Liberalism is a cult of the individual, the belief in hedonism, the belief that the pursuit of individual pleasure is what matters most in life. Science is a rejection of God and the worship of the material world. Capitalism is pure greed, pure selfishness. So for Orthodox Christians, Western civilization means a rejection of God, of faith, of tradition, which is what the Orthodox tradition represents. And so for Orthodox Christians, this is a war of civilization, a struggle of civilizations, and only one can survive. Only the Western viewpoint can survive, or the Orthodox viewpoint can survive. And Orthodox Christians are determined to win this war, because if they don't win this war, then the world is hopeless. The world is pointless. And Putin himself has said this in a speech. Okay, so it seems as though Western civilization is much more powerful than Orthodox civilization, right? Western civilization, Western Europe, America, it's much more advanced economically, scientifically, technologically. It has a greater population, it has more resources, it has more wealth. But the Orthodox Christians believe that God is with them. God communicates with them, and God is planning on the destruction of the Western civilization. And the Orthodox Christians are only the tool of God to achieve this. If you look at current events, then there's a lot of justification for this. But let me explain this in a different way, okay? So I believe, and a lot of people believe, that there is an underlying consciousness to the universe. Hegel calls this the Geist. Carl Jung calls this the collective unconscious. Because we have thoughts, right? Well, the question then is, where do our thoughts come from and where do they go? So let's assume that there is a collective unconscious to the universe, and we can call this force God. Well, if that's the case, then we're able to communicate with this collective unconscious. As long as you believe it exists, as long as you make the effort to embrace this collective unconscious, as long as you have faith in God. The problem with Western civilization is it denies existence of God. It denies the existence of this collective unconscious because of its embrace of materialism. And as a result, it's lost its connection with this collective unconscious. But because the Orthodox tradition, it's much more mystical. It's focused much more on miracles. It's much more focused on faith. Then there are certain mystics within the Orthodox tradition who are capable of communicating with this collective unconscious. And if you're capable of communicating with this collective unconscious, then you're also capable of influencing in a certain way that allows you to achieve outcomes that you desire. Okay, and this helps us understand how Putin is able to control the battlefield in Ukraine, how he's able to manipulate the Americans into policies that are self-defeating, and it ultimately gives us a sense that Putin will actually ultimately win out in the end because he could be the Ubermensch. Okay, so that's a hypothesis. The hypothesis is that during the time of Stalin, a secret nexus of power between the Orthodox Church and the KGB came into being, and they were determined to achieve the Third Rome prophecy and restore the Byzantine Empire. They thought that Stalin could help them achieve this, but after his death, they had to await the second coming of Stalin. And so they were looking for possible candidates. Finally, they settled on Putin, and they elevated him into supreme power. They supported him ever since. And now, with this war in Ukraine, they see the perfect opportunity to destroy Western civilization and create the Third Rome and restore the Byzantine Empire. Okay, that's the plan. That's a hypothesis. Now, with this hypothesis, we can make 3 predictions based on this hypothesis that will tell us if this hypothesis is correct or not. So, the first prediction, of course, is the war in Ukraine will shift to Odessa. That's where the final battle between NATO and Russia will take place. Turkey will be brought into this war. Once Turkey enters this war, it will become extremely unpopular within Turkey, which will lead to the implosion of the Turkish government and a revolution, which would allow Russia to come in easily to control Turkey, okay? So Odessa is the first big prediction. The second big prediction is there'll be a falling out between China and Russia, because if this hypothesis is correct, and Russia is fighting a war for civilization, for the soul of humanity, it's fighting a war for God, then the true enemy is Western civilization, but it's also China, because China is even more of a godless, valueless, materialistic society than Western civilization. At the very least, the United States, Britain, France, they profess to be Christian, but China, it is decidedly communist, atheist, and it's proudly so. So Russia has contempt for China and ultimately sees China as an enemy. Eventually, they'll be falling out, okay? And we'll see this happen very quickly. And the third prediction is that Russia will defend Iran. It cannot afford for Iran to fall, not only for geopolitical reasons, but because in this cosmology, in this war between Western civilization and Russian civilization, Iran is an important ally for Russian civilization, because they're both Russia and Iran are fighting to bring God back to humanity. Okay, so those are the three big predictions. If all three predictions happen, where the war in Ukraine shifts to this final cataclysmic struggle in Odessa, where Russia and China are falling out, and where Russia comes to the aid of Iran, then we will have strong evidence that my hypothesis is correct. And in fact, Putin does see himself as the second coming of Stalin. Okay, so that's it. What I will do in my next video is connect all the desperate pieces together and try to predict what will happen around the world the next 5 to 10 years. The support has been overwhelming. So thank you so much for supporting my work. It's really helpful. But again, don't feel any pressure to support me. If you have the means, please do so. It's really helpful. I really appreciate it. But don't feel any pressure to do so. I see my mission as trying to educate as many people as possible. I'm trying to help you understand the world, and I understand that many of you might be confused or they might disagree with what I'm saying. But what's really important is this is a learning process, and we're both trying to develop theories and hypotheses and analytical models to better understand the world. So it's a process, and there are a lot of things in which I'm going to be wrong. But what's really important is there are predictions in place, and if these predictions happen, then that's good reason to think that the analytical model I'm proposing is correct. If they don't happen, then we'll just go back and change the analytical model. Okay, so this is a process in which we're all trying to learn together. So that's it. Thank you for listening to this video, and I will see everyone next time.
I mean, why'd you do that? Is it like how does that fall in line with your whole ideology of being a tailor?
So in this class, this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order. These past, so last class, we looked at one reason why the United States would invade Iran, which is the Israel lobby. And in today's class, we'll look at another reason, which is the defense of empire. America is an empire, and it must defend its imperial status. So let's examine what an empire means for America. So from 1950 to 1980, America's economy was mainly focused on manufacturing, factories, okay? So manufacturing as a share of GDP was 40%, it made 40% of profits, okay? And it employed 30% of the workforce. So during World War II, America had a lot of factories to produce weapons. And after World War II, these factories produced consumer goods, cars, electronics, to sell to the world. And this made the American workers the wealthiest and most well-educated middle class ever in human history. If you were a factory worker from 1950 to 1980, you had a really good life. You worked 40 hours a week, you had health insurance, you could buy your own house, your wife didn't have to work, you could have 3 to 4 kids, you could have 2 cars. Every year, you could go on vacation to some place nice. You could eat out once a week. And then you retired and had a very good pension. So it was really the best life. And so workers from 1950 to 1980 in America were really the luckiest people on the planet. You were better off actually being born into the middle class in America than you were being born rich in Africa or Asia or South America, okay? But then after 1980, was something called the Reagan Revolution and the introduction of what we call neoliberalism. And remember that we studied neoliberalism before. Neoliberalism is an economic philosophy that believes in the primacy of free markets and deregulation. So after that, we now live in today what we call a financial economy. Okay? The economy has been financialized. And so what does that mean? It means that right now, financial services okay, account for 22% of all GDP in America. Manufacturing has gone down to 10%. So it went down from a high of 40% to now a low of 10%. Financial services is now twice as much as manufacturing. Financial services bring in 40% of all profits. And financial services employs 5% of the total American workforce. Okay? Now, let me explain what these numbers mean. What you're seeing behind these numbers is a radical shift, overhaul, transition in American society. Okay, let's just look at politics. Politics, governance. From this period, 1950, 1980, American workers had a lot of political power, right? Because they were middle class, they were confident, they participated in politics through unions, okay? Today, most of this power has shifted to the financial services, which basically means Wall Street. And working for Wall Street are what we call the professional managerial elite. Okay, so these are people who live on the coast.
What's up, bro?
Oh, man.
Chat the big.
Oh, man.
West Coast in the build.
Chat the big Whack. What up, Whack?
Man?
What's up, bro?
Listen, man. First of all, I want you to say Kendrick.
Oh, man. Get to it. He said he would never have Kendrick on stream.
I would. I when he travels in the room.
He said he would need
Did he come on?
Whack, you know I can't say that, bro. Like,
What you mean? Why you can't?
Because Whack, you know I come on. Bro.
First of all, wait. So what
see
this
that
got
Maybach
to do
right
with?
Because Whack, you know I can't say that, bro. He's a great
Drake
artist and all,
bought
but
Maybach. You see the Maybach right here?
Also, Drake brought you out.
no, it's not that.
So you don't
Drake-
like Kendrick?
No.
For real, for real.
Personally,
No,
I
for
never,
real, for
I never.
real.
Well, yeah, because of what he's done to my boy. Yeah, no, I don't like him.
What did he do?
He made a song about him being a false.
Stop.
He did.
He did.
When?
It's
What?
called Not Like Us.
Okay, Not Like Us.
And, yeah,
Right, hold on,
and
right. You
that's
admit
not
that's-
cool.
Have you ever saw Drake do some pedophile shit?
No,
Wait, what
No.
type of question is this?
he has not.
You want to pull it up? Could we push it up?
Nah.
No,
Hold on.
but he has it.
No, don't do that.
He hasn't though.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Drake's not. He's not a pedophile.
Listen. If you pull somebody out of a crowd and they come up,
I know what clip you're talking about.
And they come up,
I know what clip
you
you're
don't
talking
know.
about. You don't know.
And
exactly.
then you say, "How old are you?" And they tell you, and then it's a minor. Do you kill the conversation there and keep it regular?
You're bringing
or
up.
do you say,
You're bringing
"Damn,
up,
why do you look this way?"
But you're bringing up a clip from a concert show. Do you know what the
what show?
Hold on, real quick. You're talking about okay.
What show it is,
does
bro?
Kendrick beat his girl?
I've never seen Kendrick beat his girl.
Come on, bro. It got caught. There was literal video record in Vegas.
What you mean?
Kendrick beat his girl.
What
we got to listen. We got to play the moral high ground. We got to be consistent here.
They charge him?
Always.
No. Act. Hold on. Act. No. Act. Let's get real.
Hold on. Did they charge him?
No, because he paid him off.
Paid who off?
Come on, bro. There's in Vegas.
Somebody said that.
You know Vegas is
That's
safe.
Nevada.
Nevada's the safest.
Not Cali.
Las Vegas is the safest.
We got some liquor bottle.
Yeah, I got your bottle.
But ain't safe as what?
Las Vegas is the safest place in the world because surveillance. It has the best surveillance.
Okay,
it has the best surveillance.
What I'm saying,
so you're telling me right now, hold on. Whack. You're telling me right now, with Las Vegas having the best surveillance, there's not surveillance of Kendrick beating his girl. Yes, of course there is. He paid it off.
Where's it at?
He did
He
some
paid
Diddy
it
shit.
off.
He bought
No,
the tapes.
that's not what I'm asking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, you never seen the tapes.
No.
Did you see the tape
But I know
of
it's
Drake
out there.
saying, respectfully,
It's at a
and you know
show.
I with Drake. Listen, I'm not like you. I with Drake.
Yeah.
Whack play both sides of this.
I'm not playing both
Birdman's
sides
your guy.
shit.
Birdman's your
No,
guy. Drake falls up under there. but
Eliminate
you gotta
Birdman.
Be, you gotta be West Coast.
No.
He's
I get it,
West
and I
Coast.
get it, and I feel you.
Hold on. I genuinely with Drake.
You know he's not a though, bro.
No, listen, what I'm saying is
No, you're trying to defend the
he's
song that
never-
lie.
I'm not
Kendrick
gonna
wasn't talking about that. Kendrick was
First
making
of all,
up
you know
a
what y'all
complete
mad
lie.
at? Y'all mad at nephew wordplay.
It's not
No,
wordplay.
it's not wordplay. It's lies, bro.
Certified
lies.
lover.
Wait, lies.
certified-
Listen.
That's not a wordplay.
Listen.
Okay, so
That's
what
an
do you, okay.
accusation.
So look, when Tupac and Biggie were going out, it wasn't lies. Where's Kendrick's?
What you mean it wasn't lies?
Kendrick said that Drake had a daughter.
What you mean it wasn't lies?
Where's Drake's daughter at?
Biggie ain't.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Drake said Kendrick's baby was his best friend, his manager.
Probably is. I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Huh?
Hey, Dave ran down on me for
Wait,
that.
wait,
He was
wait,
upset.
wait,
He got mad?
He got mad. I was
No,
at the concert.
bro,
They found
bro.
me in the suite.
So you saying that's cool?
No,
So
but it's
what I'm
not
saying-
cool. It's not cool to call someone a.
Now watch this. If I hit you in your mouth right now,
Please don't
There's
do it.
no violence gonna happen.
No, and you hit me back in my nose.
Yeah,
That's fair exchange, no robbery, right?
it is the worst, lowest
That
thing
is
you can
true.
get accused someone of.
Saying a dude's wife gave birth to his best friend's baby.
Okay.
Okay, so you kind of white. You might be in that kind of stuff.
I'm just saying if
Come
you.
on, bro.
Let me explain to you how egotistical he is. If you get sent a song called First Person Shooter, on the First Person Shooter song, they're constantly saying that Kendrick, is it me, is it Aubrey, is it K-Dot, or me, or whatever. And he got sent.
Picking him up.
And he got sent the verse. Yo, come hop on the song, bro. And Kendrick's not responding to him. I'm just being real, bro. And then you wanna come out and say all this shit and diss him or whatever.
But what's wrong with A minor? That's a note. It's a musical
You know,
note.
come on, Whack. You know it's not.
So
you know
say-
you know
wait.
it's wordplay.
Word, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
But you
now,
can't call. If I called you a and I was on stream
whose
about it.
studio did Kendrick used to be in when he was coming up? K-Dot.
Dre.
Game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wordplay. Battle rap.
Yes.
Certain
Yes.
things ain't wordplay. If I say to you,
Man,
okay,
wordplay,
let me say,
yes, it is.
hold on. If I say to you,
Okay, why does
if I
Kendrick-
say, yo, I beat
why
the
does
beat
Kendrick-
and like
why
to
does
beat
Kendrick
your
bother
girl,
you?
is that
Wait a
wordplay?
second.
If I say,
Why did you hear A minor as a kid and not a music note?
you
Because
know
the
what
whole
he's talking
song's about him talking
Who?
about him being with mine.
How do you know what he's talking about?
If I say a line like, I beat the beat like you beat your girl, that's just wordplay?
That's wordplay.
But I'm accusing you of something.
No,
So
you're
that's cool.
not. I beats my girl.
Okay, all right, see?
Now what I'm saying is
And I
that-
get why you. I get it.
No.
You're
It's a
West
West
Coast.
Coast
I get
thing.
it, and I get it.
It's cat.
They would disown him
Okay,
from
wait.
LA.
But I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Wait. I
Drake,
got you.
Drake literally saved Kendrick's whole.
Watch this.
Yeah.
Song 100.
Okay.
Who was the executive producer of that song?
That's the game song with
I know.
Who, no, that. Who executive produced that song? They all talk about it when Drake jumped when he saw niggas doing shit in the bush.
I have a question about that song.
Whack.
I know that. I don't
What
know.
I'm saying is, we with Drake.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, don't. Not if you're co-signing the song. Come on.
No, we listen,
Like, come on.
bro. This was a rap battle.
But I ain't gonna lie. Can I ask you a question? The 100 song was because Drake. Drake was told that he comes to LA by Diddy, right? Is that what that was about?
What?
There was some threats.
He called.
No.
Drake called Game and was like, "Yo,
No, bro. Listen, bro. Nobody.
That's what Game
bro.
said.
No, listen. No, but no. Game definitely told Puff, "Hey, bro, Drake, my man." But Puff can't tell nobody where to go. Puff ain't like that.
He like that. You ain't see it hit it.
Well, he like that with that shit y'all be into, the bed. I don't know nothing about that. But he ain't like that, like that. Puff, I saw the homie on Paru. The homie, listen, the homie that,
Puff blow them niggas' cars.
listen, the homie that, I just went brain dead.
Nah, that is
What's
crazy.
the homie, his daddy was rapping, he do the beats. I don't know, I just went brain dead. Homie from Pasadena. Did a bunch of albums with Nas and shit.
Hit Boy.
Hit Boy, I swear to God on my mama. We at Chalice Studio. Hit Boy up there, 2 the homies from Pasadena with him, right?
Yeah.
I guess he was about his size. He just didn't like Puff. Hey, I think he was a
He said the Puff?
Puff didn't want no problems.
Was it Puff's final, like his final transformation?
No, it's Puff. What I'm saying is, Drake is. You seen that nigga Drake security, nigga? Drake ain't scared of no motherfucking Puff. Nigga, I'm gonna keep it 100. It's only one other I seen with security like that. That's 50. Them niggas running around with Navy SEAL type shit. But what I'm saying is, how could you not like Kendrick?
He ruined hip hop. He ruined rap.
How?
He doesn't do anything for anybody.
Talk that shit.
What?
No,
I'm with you.
let me talk. I'll let you talk. He doesn't do anything for anybody. You know he doesn't do. He doesn't do features. He does nothing for anybody. He's a hater. What's up, Cuff? He does nothing for anybody. He's selfish. He literally his career got saved. You can't name 3 songs off Mr. Morale besides NF or whatever. Hold on, real quick. Drake brought him on tour. Drake gave him his first feature. He put him on. He put him on.
I was there when Drake brought him on.
Let me ask you a question. You remember when Drake brought on French Montana, Meek Mill, J. Cole, Waka Flocka Flame, The Weeknd? He brought everyone on tour with him. Do you remember that?
Yeah. I remember when he took Kendrick on.
He did a favor for a nigga only for the same nigga to get jealous.
And let me ask you,
that was a favor.
Kendrick Lamar ruined rap.
They told him to take an R&B
Kendrick
chick.
Lamar ruined rap.
Hold on. Let me ask you something.
He ruined it.
Drake always goes and taps at the people that's getting hot. It's a great strategy.
And he's a genius.
Okay, but it ain't like he just like go on the ground and see a little out of Chicago and say, "Come with me." He waits until you get a spark.
I understand. That's smart. That's
Drake gave me and Convy $1 million.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's
not gonna lie. No, literally. No,
What y'all do for that favor?
He didn't do nothing. He just a real.
Nah, he really is just solid. Nothing. I swear to God,
he just streaming.
He literally just gave him $1 million.
Did y'all send him a W-9?
No.
No, nothing.
It was, bro. He gave us $1
Well,
million.
no, don't answer my question.
We didn't give him nothing.
No. Yo, whack.
Fuck that.
No, bro.
This
What
me
you
you
mean?
talking.
No, I get it, bro.
You sent him a W-9 when he gave the $1 million.
Like that's a lawsuit.
No, Pop, I'm
He didn't?
Listen.
He didn't give you didn't send him a W-9?
He gave me the OVO stimulus check, all right? That's
Oh,
what he gave
shit.
me.
He
Yeah,
gave
yeah,
you
yeah.
a check or was it in duffel bag?
Super Bowl. Jay-Z put that
When
down.
Drake, listen, when Kendrick went on tour, listen,
Look.
when Kendrick went on tour, he sold it out, breaking numbers every night. This you talking
Cool,
about
bro.
Drake
Why
shit got canceled.
Why does
wait.
Kendrick have to perform the same songs, the same set list? Drake can do different set lists at every artist.
Hey,
Kendrick can do a 90-minute set list.
hey, hold on.
Okay.
What I would
right.
say you in response to that is
But-
the moment you're talking about, yeah, I'm giving you those moments
No,
where
he
Kendrick,
like
hold
being
on,
real.
everything is catapulted off him springboarding off of Drake.
No,
Yes,
everything.
fact.
No, listen.
God, that's fact.
He's a hater, bro.
Hold on,
Yo,
hold on,
if
hold on,
there's
hold
a
on.
small streamer
Hold on.
who only gets his
Hold on.
spotlight by on Aiden, his whole existence is tied to
If
Aiden.
it's a streamer, Aiden, wait. If it's a streamer that you're supposed to over, and he over you, he deserves that credit, right? Was Kendrick not the underdog?
No.
Get the
The whole world was on
No.
Kendrick. What do you mean?
No, I know when this first started. We talking about when it first started. And you remember I was calling it Drake. You know that. I had Drake up 2-0. Am I lying?
Kendrick was,
Am I lying?
Kendrick was a smaller artist.
Was he? Who was favored?
I'm gonna be honest
Kendrick
with
the
you.
whole
I
time.
think, hold on.
Wait, I want
Whack,
you
the
looking
only
at
reason-
you said.
No, Whack. The only reason
I mean,
why I
he
disagree with
botted.
you-
He got caught
Whack,
botting.
hold on.
What?
You know he botted, bro.
Wait,
Come on, the
wait,
K-Box.
bullshit.
Come on, bro. You mean to tell me?
Talking about?
You mean to tell me right
Artists
now?
artists don't work that side of their business, bro.
You know it's real though.
No, artists don't. I know about a
Whack,
lot
you
of
know
shit.
about bots.
No, I know about it, but artists don't.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'ma keep
We're
it
not
real.
saying Kendrick did himself.
Hey,
but
let
you
me
think
keep it
that
real.
Kendrick shit was
It's
botched.
a lot of artists right now, right,
Everything's botted.
who have no idea that the perception of them is created by label.
Yeah.
They don't know. All they know is how to turn their shit in. They don't know. They say, hey, you number one, you did this. They really think it's them.
But
Let me know when
you're
they
saying
find out.
Drake. You're
Tell me
saying
that-
Drake. No, hold on. You're saying that Kendrick was an underdog.
Drake bought it too.
It was a 20v1. It was literally a 20v1. Everyone was going
You
at.
didn't say Drake was underdog. Drake wasn't.
Everyone was
Drake-
going at Drake because they're jealous.
Culturally, Drake was the underdog.
No,
Yes,
no,
everyone was turning on
I'm
him.
talking about when no, it started turning later. When it first started, people thought Kendrick didn't have a chance.
No,
That's
way.
not true.
Everyone always thought that
That's
he
not
was
true
the
at all.
purest lyricist that Drake didn't want to battle. That's why they were shocked when Drake was saying, "Drop the song you got
well, let me ask you
4
something.
years ago."
Let me ask you something, and you may want to walk out the room on this, or I'll bring nephew in here because they got the same writer. Who writes Drake's?
Stop. Whoa, see,
Drake.
no,
You
no,
want me
no.
to call him?
Drake.
Write his shit.
Drake
Don't
does.
fuck with me.
Drake.
Want to bet?
Yes.
What you want to bet?
Okay, I can guarantee it. I can. No, wait.
Got a warning. This your friend.
Wax,
I'm gonna
stop.
call
Stop.
6ix9ine in here.
Stop
'cause
it.
The same right bro shit. He'll tell you right
No,
this shit.
no,
Right
no,
what?
that's not true. That's not true.
Nigga what?
That's
And the
not
same right yay shit.
true.
Right here,
Wait, what?
nigga.
Wait, Ye and 6ix9ine.
Wait, who?
And he signed to Meek Mill. The writer. Straight up.
Oh, okay. He's
Nigga,
talking about Vori. Vori
It's a fact.
did. Vori
Nigga,
did.
me and
Mom
Vori
Time.
have been on. This a fact, nigga. Nigga,
Okay, not Drake though.
I done heard them niggas
No,
battling,
but Vori
doing
did
a
Mom.
buy-off, trying to get Vori to do their song. Stop capping.
But
Now
Drake-
show me a nigga that's writing Kendrick shit. Show me that nigga.
Oh, I can do it.
Who?
Baby King.
Baby King.
Baby King.
Baby King.
Yes.
Baby King. Facts.
Chat.
Get your W9 ass back.
Nah, it was Baby King. Facts.
Baby King.
Hold on.
You can't take no
So what I'm
shit.
saying is, listen, first of all, this is what I didn't understand. Even after the battle, Drake was still #1, streaming, all this.
Yeah, he always is.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Keep it real, bro.
Sure.
Do you think he should have went on a rant, the sore loser shit he did?
What do you do?
What do you do?
What's the sore loser?
What he do?
What do you do?
The nigga went and sued UMG.
Good.
Shot himself in the foot.
Good. No.
You know that
No.
wasn't a good move.
No. He.
I wanna
Hold on
go-
a second. It's gonna take years, but he's gonna get what he deserves.
Oh,
Kendrick
wait.
lied about him, bro.
By spring
If someone made their whole life,
spring break,
if
he's
someone
gonna
made-
be Puffy
Whack,
#2.
Whack. If someone, no, he's
whoa,
not.
whoa, whoa,
Hold on, wait,
whoa,
stop.
whoa.
Whack. If someone made their whole life to say that you're a, it's not true. Should
When
you
did
not?
he say it?
What are you talking about?
When did he
bro?
say, Drake, you're a pedophile?
In
said
the
in the
song?
Well, how's the lyrics?
Certified lover boy. Certified pedophile.
Okay, now Loverboy is Drake. The other dude that he be with, I don't like saying his name, had the allegations.
No, he's doing a play on words on lover boy. That's
Listen,
what it is. The certified
Loverboy was the name of Drake's album, was it?
Yeah, he's talking about the same
Okay,
person.
You know
that's
he's talking
Drake.
about Drake.
No,
He
bro.
said
we
you're a
don't know
lover boy
shit.
and a
You know he
PDF.
is,
Okay.
bro.
And then
Come,
when
you
he
talk about
then
Drake.
when
Are
he
you
said-
an attorney for
then
this
when he
nigga?
said A minor, you guys is mine because you know
Oh,
the truth
my God.
automatically go
Yeah.
to a child. Kendrick is talking about a music note, bro.
Say Drake, I hear you like him young. What is
What's
he?
wrong with that?
Put it in context.
Whack.
I
Whack.
just saw a 65-year-old pastor marry a 19-year-old girl.
And that's
That's
weird.
young. No, it's legal.
I know it's
Fuck how
legal.
weird it is. It's legal.
It's a little weird, no?
It's le-
Oh, okay,
you know,
okay. All right,
It's a little weird.
But I'm saying,
right?
saying you like him young is not saying nothing.
You know he's incentivized.
All right, whack. All right, you're playing both sides here. So let me ask you straight up. So your stance is Kendrick didn't call Drake a because he's not a, and if he did call him a, Kendrick would be a liar, right?
We will say.
No, wait, no, we's you.
This is what I'm gonna say.
He said
No,
we
sir.
like he's talking about the whole West Coast.
Do I
We.
think Drake has ever had sex with a minor? No.
Okay, there you go. Then he's
No,
not
hold
a
on. No. But if Drake did some that would have got his whoop with a minor, yes.
Whoa, hold on. See, that's what you see. That's why I don't like what Kendrick did. Kendrick threw some into the mix. Play this.
Hey,
Let me ask you a question.
What? That doesn't make.
listen. Okay. We in here. You pouring shots. Okay, you look up. Hey, you're cute. How old are you? 17. What you gonna say? Whoa. Get her out.
You're just making this
Am
up.
I right? For real.
Whack, we hear you,
saying
but
if
you're
we're
making it up.
Drake.
If you're pouring
What does that have to do with? I don't-
shut up, W9. Listen, I'm telling you, if you pour drinks right, and you look up,
Drake,
and you look up right,
I know.
and you look up, and you look up right, and you say, hey, you're real cute. How old are you? And you go on a push.
Drake
He
don't
says
do this.
17.
No.
You're gonna stop, right?
Yeah.
You right? Hold on. So once you stop,
He's trying to
pouring,
put you in a trip.
I'm not.
What?
The minute she identified herself
Where's
at
the video?
17, what was he supposed to do?
Or
Was he supposed to say, damn, baby, why you
I
look
know.
like this?
Okay, can we?
You look like you be doing some weird
Hell no.
You got a weird look, nigga.
Hold on, wait.
For real, I'm just saying.
Wait, after this stream, if we see something pulled up because you ride Drake did, if we see something with your name wet, you gonna be clapped, bro. You
wanna
bro, Drake
play the
didn't do
pull-up
no
game?
pedal shit.
You want to fuck with the exposure? I can give you a business.
Listen, bro.
You don't want to.
No, just
See,
bro.
I
listen.
talk this shit I talk,
No.
Because I know I'm clean.
It's not
I'm
true
not
though.
stupid.
I know.
It's not true though.
If I was dirty, I would not be the way I am.
And by the way, also there's a few reference tracks of Kendrick that's leaked that people have now want to ignore.
What?
There's a few reference tracks for his songs that came out. It's on Twitter.
June 11th.
That people are ignoring. Again, I hear
Who's ignoring?
there's a few songs that Kendrick has recorded that there's been a reference track leaked. It's nothing that's super rappy, just like with Drake. None of his super barred up songs.
You know, Kendrick had like 7 in a hole ready to go.
Yeah, that's
he
cool.
was ready to go.
That's cool, but
for years he's had tracks made.
Not years.
No, it's convenient that you want to accuse.
This is. He was in the lab cooking while it was happening. Kendrick take vacation. Dude goes home with his kids.
Who brings pre-recorded music to a rap battle?
Huh?
You know he pre-recorded that shit.
No, he didn't pre-record.
It is facts though. So that shit wasn't made before.
No.
Any of those songs?
No.
Also, listen.
What? It wasn't.
You know.
The nigga was in there cooking.
Kendrick, I will say though.
Y'all, bro, have you ever been in a West Coast dude's studio session?
No.
Going in with a like
Drake
gang.
harder than all them West Coast dudes.
Them niggas, wait, listen.
Wait,
them
what you
dudes,
say?
listen.
Yeah, West Coast.
What I'm telling you is this. Them dudes.
Have you been to Drake session?
Them dudes 5,
When he's
6
cooking up with the
songs.
Wait, so
hookah?
wait,
When
no,
Drake's cooking up with the
wait,
hookah?
real quick.
Drake
So
only had sessions when he got
the West Coast niggas is tough.
You know they got the same writer. You ain't gonna lie.
That's one song.
6ix9ine ain't
That's
gonna lie.
one. Whoa, that's one
6ix9ine
song.
ain't gonna lie.
That's one song.
6ix9ine's not gonna lie.
That's one song.
One song.
That's
But
one song.
one song. Wait,
Are
what?
you for real? Come on, Ad.
Everybody's had help with a song or two.
It's a reference track.
No,
Ye has too.
I'm talking about did the whole song.
Travis, Ye, everyone.
The whole song.
It's reference
They were
tracks.
sending back and forth.
It's called a reference
whole
track.
Song.
That's a reference track.
No,
Yes,
that's
it
a
is.
nigga wrote your shit.
Yeah,
That's
but
called
Drake
a
became the
reference
GOAT.
Nigga
track.
wrote your shit.
That's a reference track. You know it is.
Some things you're not supposed to do.
Kendrick has had a reference track.
2 things you're not supposed to do.
I swear he has. By
2 things you're not
Go on
supposed
Twitter.
to do.
It's literally leaked.
In rap music, you're not supposed to let a man write your song.
Okay, so Baby Kim wrote Kendrick shit.
And you're not supposed to let another man wipe your ass.
What about letting man? Bitch, you're just not supposed to do that.
You can do that.
You can do that?
On some playing shit.
All right, you want to bring in the special surprises?
All right. You see, I'm gonna be honest. So I gotta tell you, if we have him and the special,
It's gonna be what?
What
first
you
of all,
mean?
You gotta remind him it's his stream because y'all are king of over talking people.
Oh,
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I feel like I was just in a war. We were just in a battle. Bro, we were just in a battle for like
Because
30
you
minutes.
know you should.
I'll be
Listen,
back.
I get your loyalty.
Hey, we gotta get some liquor.
I'm
But
loyal
you
to
know I'm
Kendrick.
right.
I
I get
I
it.
fuck
Where's
with
the
Drake.
Hey,
I get
gotta
it.
get some liquor with
But
you.
See, I don't have a problem saying that.
No, he's not a pedophile though, bro.
No, I don't think he's ever touched a minor.
Thank you.
But
So you
I
know
think,
he's not.
No, but I think if he could take back that continued shit, he would.
But there's nothing
Do
to
you?
take back because
Don't
yo,
do
bro,
that.
you know what's so
You're
crazy?
not supposed to do that.
What?
You know, once somebody identifies himself
So let me
as
ask you.
that, it gets inappropriate.
When Kendrick put his hands on his girl, right?
We never seen that.
But you know what happened.
We see, no, we
Whack,
don't.
you know it did,
We
bro.
don't.
But you know.
No, we don't.
So where's
you're
the
a white guy? So y'all
Okay.
always think black people did some shit.
But you know he. But why would he
No,
make
we
it up?
don't.
And
Where's
why?
Where's it at?
Look at the people in Vegas
Where's
that
it
were
at?
working that day. They all
Where's it
said it.
at?
All the employees said it.
Drake
They got
paid them
paid
all
off.
off.
No, they
Drake
got
paid
paid
them
off.
all off.
No, they said
We
it.
got- they
Whack,
paid them.
Whack, they said it in like
They-
2013.
Drake paid
Whack,
them
they said it in
people.
2013.
Listen,
Whack.
bro, they lost their EBT card. Drake broke them all, bro.
No,
Say
Whack,
that.
they said it before. This is
Listen,
also this is on some Diddy.
Listen, there's no record of that. We have record of Drake telling a minor after she tells I'm a minor.
You said no. You know he's not a weirdo, bro.
No, that was weird.
You
I
know
don't think
he's
Drake.
not.
Do I think Drake has touched a kid? No.
Exactly.
But what I seen and heard, I'm like you. So you saying what you seen and heard is appropriate?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking
Are you
about
saying it's
you're
appropriate?
talking about a
Colorado.
video. You're talking about a video at a concert.
Colorado.
I know what you're talking
Are you
about.
saying it's appropriate?
I'm not saying that everything in that.
Once she said, I'm 7, how old are you? I'm 17. Was he not supposed to like, okay, listen, woo woo, love.
Okay, so let's be consistent.
He said what?
What
What did he say?
Let's talk about how
did
Tyga
he
was
say?
with Kylie Jenner. No, because I want to be consistent.
Yeah,
here.
let's talk about it.
I want to be consistent. If we're gonna stand on this moral thing, we need to talk about a bunch of every other rapper doing this. Drake has never dated somebody that's underage. My whole thing
Did
is.
he make a pass at one?
What do you mean?
Did he make a pass at one?
What does that mean? He didn't get with.
Did he tell that minor, damn, baby, why you look this way?
Oh my God.
Yes or no?
He didn't get with a minor, and you know he
That
didn't.
ain't what I said. I
Okay.
said he make a pass.
You know what? If we're gonna keep deflecting, I'm gonna keep deflecting too.
I'm not deflecting.
Where did
I'm not deflecting.
Kendrick hit his girl?
Where? I don't know.
No, where? Like where?
Well, you said it.
It was,
We never
it was
seen
in, it was in Nevada.
We never seen
It
it.
was in Las Vegas.
We never seen this.
You know he hit her. Come on.
No, not
Whack, you know you're real.
I know.
Come on, bro.
And he really a giant though.
How?
Because he took down Goliath.
Oh, really?
Uh-oh, he's considered Goliath.
He still is?
Listen, we're not.
I guarantee when Kendrick makes another album, it's worse than Mr. Morale. Do you want to lock?
Well, we seen Drake make an album.
Yeah.
Double the tracks.
Yup.
Did 100,000 less, right? We saw that.
Wait,
right?
which album you talking about?
The last one he did a 250.
With Party and him?
250. Double the
That's
tracks.
not an album. That's a mixtape.
No,
that's
fuck
a collab mixtape
got two
R&B.
people.
Okay.
Two people.
It's Party and Drake. That's not a real album.
24 tracks.
It's a what are you talking
did
about?
250. Kendrick did 12 songs. No notable features.
Okay.
320.
It is an album. It's an
Then
R&B
he went
album.
and toured, sold out, broke records.
Yeah.
Drake shit.
And you know what's so funny? Kendrick should write Drake a big check for that. He saved his career.
Huh?
Mr. Morale was a dog shit album. You know what?
Hey, bro, so let me ask you something.
No,
so
no,
if Kendrick would have lost, would have been saved his career?
Can you name 5 songs? Name 5 songs of
answer
Mr. Morale,
my
please.
question.
Whack, I'll give you $1,000 right now.
No, answer, I don't need your 1,000.
10,000.
I want you to answer my question.
Yeah.
So you're saying because Kendrick was skilled enough and witty enough, right, to make the songs he made, that's his fault?
I'm just saying he owes Drake a big check.
The only thing
He saved his career.
Bro. And then Drake bowed down.
He didn't bow down.
Didn't come back.
Hold on.
Of course you
didn't
like the alcohol.
I found the alcohol, but I might have found something a little bit more explosive.
Watch this.
Oh, there you go.
Watch this. No, before
What
you
else,
get
Sid?
started.
Oh, man.
I want you to keep it real.
Bang!
Okay, I'll get
Remember when we was in
chair.
Austin trying to
Cup,
get
sit
the
right here,
picture
Cup.
done with Ye? Was the one dude with the pen?
Yeah,
Pop.
domestic violence pops.
No, Vori.
Oh, Vori, yeah.
What does he do for all of y'all?
Alright, come grab this.
He
That's
write
you.
music.
Bruh.
He's telling me
Wait, what is that?
Vori never worked, wrote shit for Drake.
Wait, what is that? Oh, your ankle monitor?
He's saying Vori never wrote nothing for Drake. Out of here.
When did
bro.
I say that? Can we end this conversation? He's in here right now.
Okay, that's
Thank you, bro.
Yo, wait, is this mine?
Yeah, it's
That's
you.
yours.
So wait, it means you can get a BBL. You know, like they say
Yo,
that.
nigga, give me a tour of the car Drake gave you, nigga.
You want a tour?
Yeah.
Wait, but like, I can't even give them a
There's
tour
no
myself.
custom in
Yes,
it?
bro.
It's custom in it?
I ain't gonna lie. Chat, you want to see Drake's car he got me? Me and Action. Citrus.
Wait, he,
Send the cameraman in here.
Yo, he got payments on it or like his like I don't know how that works.
What do you mean payments?
If I was
Get the camera guy. Get the cameraman.
like I was gonna buy a car, but like nigga it was gonna be in my name that I could take it back.
Oh, that's the way to
And
do it.
then I was
Yeah,
definitely
I was
gonna
gonna
do
tell you.
payments. I'm not paying it in full and giving you the
he
title.
paid it in full.
Word?
Yes. Can I tell you how this? Let me show you the car.
That's why I get sued by state, man. I'm playing. Go ahead. That's a joke of a lawsuit, man. Let's get to it, man. What we doing?
Oh, let me know when you're ready to switch on this camera.
Yeah, everything's good here. It's like
All right, Lico, switch. I'll show you right now. Hold on. Let me wait for the switch. Let me wait for it to. All right, Lico, switch. I'll show you right now. Hold on. Let me wait for the switch. Let me wait for it to switch. Give me a second. All right,
Oh,
hold
it's
on.
my camera goon right here. Yeah, my camera goon. Yeah.
Wait,
Yo,
show
he
it.
multitasking.
What camera is that?
Yo, he got it. Yo, my nigga, like he might be shooting.
Nah, what camera is that, bro? We gotta talk, bro. I might have to buy. Hell, I would never do that, but let me show you. Let me show you the shit that Drake got me. It's a little bit dirty because it was in the sun, but I just got it tinted yesterday.
Yeah.
Citrus, unlock the car. So chat, Drake got me.
Yo, is he like a Jeffrey? The way you just say like Citrus, unlock the car.
No.
It's like Jeffrey.
Jeffrey who?
It's like a butler. You know what I mean? Type shit.
He's not a butler. Citrus, are you a butler?
I am.
Not a butler. Anyways, look. Let me show you this.
Fire.
So unlock it, Citrus. Okay. So I just chill in the back seat. Brand new, go in there. I'm getting outside. But check, yo, the whole car just. I'm kidding. But yeah, this is that Drake got me, man. You know what I mean? Fully decked out.
Okay, 220. Okay.
Yo, you're pocket watching?
I always take the stick.
Wait, how much was it?
220.
It was 220.
Yeah, and then you got to add the taxes and shipping fees.
And then he
And then
he did
registration
full packages on the car too.
Oh, okay. I like what's going on over here. Damn.
So I gotta. That's why I always say this. You know, people ask why did he get it to you? I feel like him and I fuck with him, bro, and there's no loyalty left in the world anymore. I feel like with people in the entertainment industry, and I love him, bro, and I'm loyal to him. He bought me a Maybach. I got no words, man. He bought me a Maybach.
That's fire.
Yeah, it's very fire. I'm very blessed.
Wait, how did you know he was getting it? Did he just like drop it off or just have it delivered?
So the way the car was delivered, I'll tell you the story. So I'm at my crib. I'm just like chilling. He's like, yo, go outside, wake up. I'm sick. I wake up.
Lying.
Go outside right now. He calls me like, get up, ugly. I go up. I walk out. All I see is just a truck. I'm like, what the f is this? Bro, the way I've never seen a car delivered like this. Drake has the craziest cars, guys. Like, bro, the car comes out. It like this weird machine. It's not just a regular tow truck.
Yeah.
Comes out, all this boom. Does like this really, really like weird like animation. I've never seen no shit like this. Bro, the guy's like, here you go. Call this number right now. I call it. Congratulations, car. Congratulations, Ada Ross. This is your car. It's a Maybach.
Really?
We put the title in your name. All this. I call Drake. He's just laughing. He's like, let me see. I show him the car. But yeah, he got me.
So you call like some random number and they say the title's in your name already.
I've never gotten a car delivered to me like that ever. It was so easy. I literally, the car gets there. I call. Ew, dude, you just burp. It stinks.
I ain't burp my. I actually did.
I smell it. Yeah. What did you eat for
Trying to flirt with me, man. Like, let's get to the story, bro.
Anyways,
the clip right now, man.
Nah, you're right. All right. Citrus.
Kick Champ needs it.
Citrus, let's play some music in the car. Let's play some music.
I've been following Kick Champ recently.
You have?
That's like my news source.
Oh
You know what I mean? They've been telling. Yo, like.
Dude, oh my God, dude. Wait, you like Kick Champ?
Yo, that's like my news source.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Like, of course you use
I don't
that.
know what's going on in this.
Fair, I'm gonna play some What Did I Miss? But nah, her loss just dropped 2 years ago. I'm gonna play some Her Loss. You like Her Loss? What's your favorite song off Her Loss? Like Broke or you like that song?
Nah, I think
Privileged Rapper?
Nah, I think we're gonna go to Treacherous 20.
Turn it up. Like Broke. Oh, turn it up.
Actually, it's ours silent.
Yeah, look at me dead in my shit to this pie. Oh, you are? He brought me the
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
Damn, you over here about to
My
have
bad,
a
Act.
listening party. I'm about to get suspended. This nigga. I won't kick too
But I just want to play with the stereo system. You feel it, right?
No, I know.
So he got me the full package, the full stereo system, the full everything. He got me the full maxed out. So the 220 was the base, and then he got me like 100K in add-on, so it was like 300.
Yeah. Oh.
So the car.
You know Drake must have Illuminati secrets. Like, goddamn.
Holy.
Yo, Drake, like, on his birthday, Drake called me his right hand, and I guess the right hand don't get the right key.
Why didn't wait?
I make that joke because everybody seems to be so triggered by my relationship with Drake. They're always saying, why don't Drake do A, B, and C for you? And I'm like, dog, I'm not a girl. I don't even look at it like that. Like, we're cool. We have our own relationship. But people always want me to like feel entitled. They get mad, like, for me.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. Yo, I posted my DM with him when he's like, yo, you ain't even wish me happy birthday, bro. They're like, yo, look at this type of conversation.
But why didn't you wish him happy birthday?
I did on my main page.
Oh.
I guess he wanted like a private happy birthday. Like, you want me to call him and sing to him?
You should have given him a private. It's fine, whatever, bro. Whatever. But anyways, bro.
You sung to him or no?
Huh?
You sung to him? Like.
Nah, I called him though. You know, I had a combo with him. Yeah. But are you yeah, no, this car, you could just chill in this car all day,
no,
right?
This fire.
Bro, I'm like relaxed. Like, let's get out of here.
What'd you get him?
The Nokia chain.
Oh yeah, the Nokia chain. Did your first gift to him? You give out big gifts though.
Yeah, I mean, I love giving gifts, bro. I love giving gifts to people.
I've been trying to be your friend, hoping I was getting a gift, but I never got a gift. I think you do gift for gift. You Jewish, so that's what you do.
So
gift for gift. Like, yeah, ain't nothing free in this world.
Wait, so what are you? Wait, Cuffham just said, tell Ak he's fat and jealous.
Yo, come on.
You can't. You're not that good, bro. Let's be real.
You gotta be ass.
You're not that good. Okay, you want to go back inside? I want to talk to you about something.
No, let's get it.
Close this real quick, chat. But chat, you see we walking with man. Shots to Drake. No, you Drake, man.
That's the bulletproof joint, right?
The bulletproof one, yeah.
Anybody shooting that?
I know. I'm trying to get rid of it, bro. I'm not a rapper. I don't need
really.
Like close to a mil. Close to a mil.
You give me for 400K, I'll take it.
I guess you have $400,000 to spend on the car. That was fucked up. I'm sorry. That was actually so fucked up.
Yo, niggas like Aiden, once they start playing with 100 million, they look at anybody that don't got at least like 80 million like we broke.
Yo, Ak, I have a DoorDash method for you.
Well, you never gave me the codes. You told me to give them to
you. wanted DoorDash codes. I know. I gotta get them to you.
You fake.
No, I'm sorry. But Ak, if you put on your Cuffham actually put me on.
No, I seen that.
You seen the clip,
yo,
right?
Yo, my homies told me, it was like, yo, that was a big. Yo, he said.
You done it?
No, my boy did it.
And it works?
Of course it worked.
So have you
They give you extra. I haven't done it yet.
So on your DoorDash, you just put like food reviewer.
Yo, that's facts.
And bro, you get
facts.
They'll give you like hella shit chat like, bro.
That's facts.
So like your boy did it and it actually works.
No, like they gave him extra food with a note.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I hope this, like, it was almost like a little love letter.
That's crazy.
They actually think that he's a food critic.
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Stop talking about food. Now you're right. Did you eat today?
Not doing a mukbang.
Did you eat?
Yo, why you looking at the blackest thing in the room? Like, almost, I could tell, like, in your mind, the only thing spinning was like a bucket of KFC chicken, like you was about to offer. I could tell. The way you asked that, what's good with you?
Show, bro. Oh my God.
What's good though?
Nah.
Look at them.
Nah, yeah. So what's up to
They're
them,
going
bro?
crazy.
You know they
man.
miss you, man.
No, first of all, they were mad at me yesterday.
Why are they mad at you?
Oh, because my flight. Oh yeah, that was.
Chat, I ain't gonna lie. It's not Ax's fault though. Like he missed it. Whatever. He's here now. We here now. The stream's here now. You know what I mean? Like, we chilling, bro. We waiting on Cuffin before we get the stream really started. I don't know where he should be like 5 minutes away.
He lives out here?
Cuffin lives here. Yeah, he like stays 20 minutes away from here.
Yo, Cuffin be getting bitches and shit out here? Yo, one thing, I couldn't be faithful out here. There's too many hoes.
In Miami?
Oh, too many hoes.
Really?
Too many hoes, bro.
So, do you have like when you get to Miami, how do you get girls? Like, what do you DM them? What's your game plan?
Brother, I'm a changed man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, what do you do?
I'm usually, listen, I only fuck up the bitches when I'm in a relationship. When I'm single, I'm celibate. If that makes sense.
You're single right now?
Yeah.
When's the last time you came?
Pause.
You just said you're celibate.
Yo, what type of, like, you
You just said you're celibate, so when's the last time you nutted?
GYN, like, yo, what's up with you, gang?
Are you doing No Nut November?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I am.
That's cap. That's so cap, bro.
No, I was fucking the chick, I ain't come. I ain't gonna lie to you.
For real?
Yeah. Just, I'm on that, like, NLE chopper, like, nut discipline type shit.
Here we go, bro.
For real.
Here we go.
Semen retention, pause.
Man, that's cap, bro. That's so cap, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you though, bro. I do want to say, chat. I didn't say this to him in person, but chat for having my back at the YB show, bro. You really.
No, of course.
No, I ain't gonna lie, chat. Like he's really a real one. So all right, I asked you, chat, like a week or 2 weeks. We streaming the Cardi show. So what do you think is gonna happen, bro? I know you're gonna need like a little temperature check, chat, but like we gotta go, right? We're still going.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're there no matter what. Listen. This time, if we get turned away the gate, both of us are leaving.
When's the last time you spoke with Cardi?
I think maybe a week or two ago.
Oh, we're chilling then.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing's gonna happen.
No, nothing like bad.
Is he gonna ask you to like is be like, yo, you guys can't stream the show unless you give me like money or no? Not him, but like with his team.
Well, see, that's the thing, which is like, I think people, hip hop is now like hearing this term and this phrase. Streamers are getting more money than rappers, and they're hearing it so much that they're now starting to look at the streamers like, all right, but how do we get money, right?
From the streamers.
Yes, exactly. And what happens is, because that kind of became slightly an issue with like the YoungBoy stuff, right? And none of the stuff, like YoungBoy had no idea. I talked to him. Ironically, I missed my flight. YoungBoy called me yesterday.
Oh, you spoke to YB?
Instead of checking into my flight, I'm on the phone with him till I'm at TSA, and I get through TSA and they say, "Yo, you can't go."
Well, you spoke to YB about me on the phone?
No, not about you. About you, but I talked to him in general. Like Tor is like stressing about.
Okay.
Like, he's like, I'm ready to go home.
YB was not the person who was trying to do this shit.
No.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so either.
YoungBoy, he's isolated in his own zone, doing his own thing. I'm very proud of him. But I think what happened is that, so I hit you up. Keep in mind, I've been to like over like 11 shows. I stream whenever I want, usually whatever stream I want, right? No one gives me problems. When I told him, what are you laughing for?
I'm just your face. I'm sorry, bro.
No, I thought you'd don't put a little voice.
No.
Face change shirt, man. I ain't with that gay shit. But so when I told him Aiden was coming, it was different, and so we're almost confirmed. You're like, I'm getting the jet. You're on the way to the airport, and right when you get on the plane, I get a call and it says, "Yo, yeah, everything's good for today. We got passes." Because my big thing was, I don't want to get you embarrassed at the door waiting. Like, how many people you need? Let me get all the passes. Then they tell me,
Chat, I handle that. Chat. If you were in that stream, put me. He handled that shit. If you've seen it, you've seen it. My bad. I made to cut you off. Go ahead.
So then they tell me, they say, hey, just one thing. The venue, and they can't blame it on the venue. I'm just gonna say they said it was the venue, but they said the venue heard that Aiden Ross is coming and that he might be streaming. They need 100,000 for him to stream. And I was just like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was like, I'm not even gonna tell you because I don't even want you to contemplate paying it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if maybe you're like I owe it to my chat, like, let me take the L and no. So I'm like, yo, bro, come on.
Yeah.
Like, yo, I stream this shit all the time.
That's
I
crazy,
stream
yeah.
it. Like, Well, they're like, well, Aiden's a little bit different. He has this amount of followers.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. And I'm like, but dude, like, it's not like he's necessarily streaming with.
Someone
YB.
said, "LOL, white boy." Is that why? Because I'm a white boy?
I mean, I think partially that's what it is, but I think really where it comes from is because back in the day, I think that's where you jump into the story. You had offered money to stream in YB. It's like if you offered me $10,000 to box, and I said no, it would look crazy if I then boxed for free.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
So, and I told you this. Stop leading with money. Like streaming is like caught up to like hip hop and culture.
No, nowadays it's dead.
You shouldn't offer money.
Well, it wasn't me doing it. It was this company. It was Kick and all that. You know, I would never pay out of my pocket for anybody to come on stream.
How much money was it?
For what?
How much money for the YB thing?
So I was at the American Dream Mall. Chat, you remember I did the American Dream Mall stream, and I told Kick, I was like, it's a great opportunity to have. So the YB stream when he was at Gravedigger Mountain, when it was supposed to happen last year, it didn't happen. But it wasn't. So he wasn't getting paid to come on stream. He was gonna get a steak deal. So he was gonna get a steak deal, and I was gonna start the deal with him up at Gravedigger Mountain, him and I streaming and then gambling. It was a multi-million-dollar deal, but it would never happen. But I don't know why. And
wait, so how much millions were he gonna get?
I don't know. It wasn't my deal. All I did was just connect people together. That's all I did.
Okay.
All I was gonna do is show up and stream. That's it. That was all I was told. And by the way, you know me. I'm a real person. I'm not the biggest YB fan in the world. I would have brought Cuffin with me no matter what. I told Cuffin knew. I would have brought Cuffin with me. I would have called you. I would have brought people that know YB's music to just make the vibe better. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a fake person. I'm not a fake fan when it comes to it. Like, I fuck with YB as a person. When it comes to the music, I'm not the biggest YB music fan. You know, people know that. So it was supposed to be like, I got like a +3 for Gravedigger Mountain. We were supposed to do the stream. But hey, you know what? Everything happens for a reason, bro. And he never ended up doing it, and that's it. But YB's cool, bro. I was talking on the phone. He's a cool guy, bro. And you know one thing I respect about him? I remember, like, I talked to him, like, the day after Cardi. The whole Cardi thing happened. He was like, yo, bro, Aiden, like, he's like, I'll fuck Cardi and I'll fuck with you. He's like, I hated seeing that, you know. I just, you know, he's like, I hate two people that I fuck with on the internet, just kind of like, you know. Yeah. And he was just trying to uplift me, and that's when I was like, okay, YB's a real human, like, you know, he's a good person, like. Yeah. That's when I was like, oh, he's calling me randomly out the blue to talk about, you know. So I was like, oh, so that's kind of like where I got that vibe that he's a cool dude. He's a good guy. He's a cool individual. So.
I think rumors that there was millions at play.
That's probably what happened. And then people hearing it, and then they trying to get more out of it.
So now here's the thing. Because it was proposed, it's like, hey, listen, yeah, Atkins coming to the show like he normally does. He's bringing Aiden, and Aiden's gonna stream. I think they're then thinking about it like, yo, bro, there was millions at stake at first.
Yeah.
Like, all pun intended.
Yeah.
And now, this motherfucker's gonna be able to stream and maybe do things for free.
Right.
So it's like, yo, we got to put an Aiden tax on. That was an Aiden tax.
The Aiden tax. Could you believe it? All right, bro. You know what? I'm about to just say bring in the surprises, bro, because I ain't gonna lie, cuff him.
Are you ready?
I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, where's Cuff?
Let me call him. Like, dude, yeah, like, what the Cameron? All right, hold on. I want to wait for him. Hey, chat, it's still W stream, bro. You know what I mean? YB's birthday, he's got his family here, you gotta understand that.
Yeah, his birthday. Listen, thank you guys, the whole team, Dre, YB, Fee, for letting us
thank you, Ack, again.
Get that close.
Let's try to pull up on Bird over here.
Nah, we don't want to, it's okay, bro.
You good?
Yeah, it's all right. Bro, I promise it's okay. He had a good time. That's all I cared about, really.
I had a good time.
So, right where we got around there?
Yeah.
Oh, let me call Snaggy.
They got a little mysteriousness, but
got it.
You know, there's a lot of, you know, he hops out.
Okay.
I get it, bro.
He goes there, and then,
I get it, bro. You know, I do, because at the end of the day, bro, it's his birthday. And, what up, bro? It's his birthday.
He's moving the cops out here for a reason.
Yeah.
Hey, all your security and everybody?
I'm missing 2 people, actually.
They're at the car.
Oh, they're at the car.
Get the f out the way.
Yo, this is Aiden Ross.
What's up, bro? How are you, bro?
Hey, what's up?
Nice to meet you, bro.
I heard you had that paper to get my brother to go on the screen.
Nah. I didn't pay any money for
No, I said I heard you had
Oh,
it.
I see.
Yeah,
Yo, that's when he was on Gravedigger Mountain.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Top was, Don.
That was like a couple years ago.
No, Top was in a different headspace back then. You was supposed to get him to do it, nigga?
Yeah.
You shining though, man.
I can fit it
What you doing tonight?
I'm trying to
You gotta bring Aiden Rose out on the town.
Oh, come on, let's do it. I can bring Aiden out anywhere with NBA.
Come on,
you be good. Aiden, you know you got the streets behind you with us.
Appreciate you, bro. That's love.
He just
Oh
want to
shit,
make
what's
sure.
up, bro?
He just want to make sure.
Hey, what up?
What up with you, man? He just want to make sure you're gonna be safe with you. Man. I'm telling you, if he ain't safe with you, he ain't
over.
Really?
Over.
Come on now.
This is my boy Cameron, by the way. Cuff him right here.
Good, bro. OG3.
Sam.
I was trying to get this young boy for his birthday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you got Lil Dave on it. That's
Yeah,
our
Lil Dave,
grandma, boy.
Boozilla. Yeah, I was trying to get it to him for his birthday. He saw it on stage, but you gotta get it to him.
Get to my Monique.
Hey, appreciate that.
Yeah, the show was crazy.
You know, for the whole team, I brought some.
Doggy Crazy, my money. Oh, you got Master.
Yeah, Master and 4K Trey cups. You know what I'm saying? Double cup up for the whole team for sure.
You know you.
Nah, hey.
I ain't say nothing, man. I ain't say nothing.
Kick cup, baby. Right. Nice to see you, bro.
You gonna get it, chat? You gonna get it, chat? Nice.
Hey,
That's
at least
good.
you got the job done.
That's good. That's good.
That's good, bro. On God.
Let me see it. RP Lil Dave, RP Boozilla.
What's up, bro? You alright? You enjoy the show?
What's good, bro?
What's up, bro?
Hey, I'm trying to get you to stream with Z in there, though, bro.
Let's do it. I don't know where you.
Love it. I love every minute of it. For sure.
Yeah. I got the bullet. This you super straight. Look at this. Yeah, super straight.
Oh.
God. Then look, we move right. We got escort.
Oh my God.
We got the escort. Aiden, you don't need to do nothing.
Man, that's crazy. You're safe with him.
You can add up on these escort all day. Look, stay with us.
That's fire.
Law-abiding citizens, man. This is a good
I love it.
right here.
These are the guys.
No, he's a reasonable dude. This is my dude right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is my guy right here. Yo, you be going in the crowd every night, bro?
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yo, you like a good star out here, man. You don't even go on stage. You not go on stage, bro.
I handle business. I don't got to. I can stand in the back.
Man,
Tour management.
Man, they done see you in like 5,000 videos. They want to see you just on stage, man.
They finna see me. I might come like the last show that me and Top perform the whole set or something. Go crazy.
Wait, when's the last date?
I think it's Seattle. Washington. Yeah. Go crazy.
You going anywhere? Are you gonna go to Houston?
Man, I think Houston will be turned.
I think you should come there. You know we run that.
Yeah, y'all gonna go crazy in Houston?
Yeah, we gonna go crazy.
Oh man. Nah, I think
in Vegas. Don't miss Vegas.
Shit,
Oh, Vegas gonna be one of them?
Don't miss Vegas.
No,
Vegas is gonna.
Wait, when's Vegas?
Yo, I was telling
we got something set up so crazy
Hold
for
on.
Vegas.
What's the date for Vegas? You know?
I can't think.
I thought Houston was gonna be the last turn. Y'all going crazy in Vegas?
Yeah, we're going crazy. It's a non-disclosure about Vegas.
Oh.
Well, I know Nevada gonna ring off in Vegas, clearly.
Yeah, we gonna go crazy in Vegas.
Oh. That's the next one to go to. Then.
Yeah, that's
I love Vegas.
Yeah, that's the next one. I'm telling you.
That's my spot.
You gonna lose $2 million and watch Top kill the place. You know what I mean? You'll feel good though. You gotta bring company to Vegas.
Oh, he wanted to go. He said he wanted to go to Houston.
I think Houston and Vegas.
What's the gap between the two?
Like a week.
I'll probably only be. I'm be real.
Ain't been a minute since I've been in Houston though. Like y'all still moving in there?
We had just.
Cuff.
We just did.
He said.
Houston.
Cuff. He said Vegas. He said Vegas the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said Vegas is the one.
Man, I love that hush. And I want to see them. I want to see them in Houston. I want to see how that. I want to see how y'all rocking in Houston though.
Houston gonna go stupid. You know that's our second home.
I know.
It's gonna go crazy.
I know. God. Man, what's the movie tonight? What you doing?
We ain't got no after party. Ain't nobody got no after parties. Cap, him, nobody. So we probably gonna all take it in. Yeah.
Yo, listen, man. I just want y'all to lock in with my little brother right here, man. Like he with y'all with the whole movement.
You with NBA now. You never broke again certified.
Appreciate that, bro. Thank you.
Whenever you need anything, call me.
I got you. Yep.
Act no.
No, for real. That's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, anyway.
No bull.
Anyway.
That's right there.
Okay. All right. Cool, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Bro, bless.
I love you.
If you ever need something, act just send them a number.
Yeah, I know. All good.
Which one's our truck?
You get it all over.
Good.
Alright.
Trying to see that, all right?
Good.
Alright, 3.
Alright.
Down shit, man.
Act, which car's yours? Where's mine at?
We'll go to the left.
All right, Act. Oh. Yo, Act, I'm gonna see you later, all right?
Okay.
Nah.
The general.
Nah, I got. Hey, listen, let me tell you this. I take it serious when I feel somebody coming in and they're on my watch. I want to make sure you have a good time.
Yeah.
I want you back in the shit good. We'll talk about everything else later. You get what I'm saying?
You gotta be the realest, like, content creator. That's like.
Nah, yo, listen. Let me tell you this. I've been beating this hip hop down for a long time.
Wait, where's Berman at? I want to say about him, actually. Matter of fact.
You want to say about Berman? Alright, Berman must
Black sheep.
Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
You see,
black sheep right there.
yo, couple. You gonna have to give him a. I know it's not over there.
Where's this?
He put on the bus.
Axe going this way. Where's he at? Oh.
You better go home.
Hell yeah, I got my jet right now. Need a cup, gotta go home.
Yep. Oh my God, dude. Rattle.
He's flew private jet. This is going. It's so subtle.
Yeah.
It's so subtle.
Over here, I got. You guys talking to the show? It was cool, man. It was a cool show.
Hey, come fuck. Oh my God, nigga.
I can't even.
I'm the dude that gave that play.
Oh yeah?
I'm the dude that gave that play. Bro.
Show is sick, bro.
It's already on TikTok.
Hey, what's the move? Where y'all going to next?
You talking about where y'all going?
What's that? Is there an after party we got? I'm just kidding. I'm staying in.
Hey, look at the strip club, hey.
I see you, bro. Strip club, we out. I'm kidding.
What's good, Cup?
Fuck going. Fuck going, 20.
Hold on.
Smoke his ass in his potty. Hey, nigga, real nigga. Kill nigga. You about to start popping out with a whole set.
Yo, Bird started. You about to do a whole set. You've been performing more and more on that bitch. You know niggas is saying you was a little bit too. They wonder who you beefing with on that. Then fuck these niggas. Y'all ain't you ain't hear a new song?
Nah.
Yo, you got a new song with Top. That shit going crazy. Stunner talking that shit.
We got a whole little
Yeah. Yo, young boy is getting back into recording shit. Let me tell you this.
And they got hella. That's all new shit. Oh shit.
This is the biggest stream in the world right here.
I talked to Champagne about it the next Champagne. Said,
Drake hit you about it?
Yeah, he said he was coming to town, take care of me stuff. I hit him up. Then I said, Drizzy, he ain't hit me back yet. Drizzy said he at the concert. I said, tell him I'm gonna pull up on his ass. I want to meet him.
Damn, Drake really? Nah, Drake love him.
Drake told me he loved him. That was his word.
Drake love him like his brother, I swear.
That's what he told me. That was his exact word.
You know Stunner gonna take care of you. Let me tell you this. One of the most realest niggas I met. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I hear a lot of good things about you.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. Yo, I told him, I said, yo, he's a Phil Jackson of rap. I said, yo, you put everybody on. I'm like, yo, how you still got energy to go on tour? Yo, he on a tour bus.
Wait, how do you
He
find
done made a couple B's in this shit.
How do you find your passion? Like, you've been doing it for so long, bro. How?
I give my life to him. I love it like that. I want, when I die, I want to die about this shit. That's how I want to go. Hopefully I die on the stage or some shit.
Nah, don't say that stuff.
Knock on some wood.
Don't do that.
Knock on wood.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
That's how much I love.
I know you love this shit though.
That's my passion for this shit. I like finding young niggas and make them rich.
Yeah.
That's I like doing that shit.
Yo, Stunner, I gotta send you this video. Hold on, Mac, I'm gonna show you. No, this is a real video. Hold on, we can show it for the stream because I was gonna send it to you. Because you always say this to me. You say, yo, Act, I told you 5 years ago, and I got you on Wayne's. I think Wayne had a podcast right here. Look,
I told you 5 years before.
Hold on.
Damn, 10 years ago.
This is 5 years ago this happened, and you said I was with him, and you no.
Wait.
You was working at. I was at Complex. You're right.
I told you 5 years before I told that to him.
And then you told Wayne, you said it, yo, 5 years ago I found this nigga.
Big facts.
Yo, you said it on this video. You met Top, and you believed him at 16. He's 26, man.
That's so crazy.
26.
But I
His birthday.
also said, by the time he gets 25, he's gonna be the biggest shit in the game. That's what I told him.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I told him, I said, me and Bird, we did an interview, and he said the same shit. I said, I was low-key happy they didn't come out, because I'm like, I think Bird was tweaking. You was right. You was right. No, you was right. Because I remember I said to you, I said, bigger than Wayne, bigger than Drake, and you said, man, this the biggest. And I said, all right, Bird's tripping now. This nigga tripping.
You know, I love Wayne Drake, nigga, and my folks. I just think he a little young nigga with some ambition and motivation, and he got it. He got it. They gonna always be who they is. I'll never discredit him. That's my family. I came up with them.
But you put him in the conversation as them. To me, I thought I was like,
definitely got to go in the conversation.
You're right. You're right.
I just said it then, but you can see it now. Every night, you out here with me every fucking night. You see this shit? This shit amazing with little bro.
You're right.
I'm proud of him like a motherfucker.
Yo, you got to think about. You sitting in front of hip hop history.
That's what I want to do. Like when we get back to Miami, I want to do like a real sit down with you, bro.
Yo, we seen Juvie take the stage. Right? We seen Juvie take the stage. We all know Wayne. Yo, one of your best friends, Drake.
Well, I mean, like I say this like it is, like in the beginning, you know, with YMCB and everything too, because like I went on Drake's very first tour. He was with J. Cole and Waka Flocka, but at that time he pulled out Kendrick, he pulled out A$AP Rocky.
Drake always blessed me.
The Weeknd, yeah, he blessed. I mean, I've seen it too. When I was in that car, I didn't know any of them.
Real niggas, man.
Yeah.
Good nigga, bro. Good solid dude.
I mean, bro, I always give him the flowers too.
Been solid with me.
Yeah.
Never had no issues, no nothing. Drake been always been solid. I'm a fella.
Yeah. Yeah. Better though.
What he said to me, he said, because I'm telling him, I'm like, yo, you're approaching your 60s now, like, yo, you on like 4 decades.
That's crazy, bro.
You on like 4 decades now, man. Like,
I don't feel 60 at all, but I'm not 60. You keep pushing me up. I'm 57, bro. All right, man.
But
I'm
sorry,
closer to 60 than 50.
No, but here's the thing, though. What I'm trying to say, you said that this like the last artist might be the last one.
It's my last ride. It's my last ride.
It's like Bill Belichick when he was acting like he was going to retire.
Because I know that bro could give us a solid 20 years of this shit.
So you gonna be doing this till you're 70 then?
I'm gonna do this shit till I die.
Damn.
There it is. Till I tap out. I won't go out like that. But being known for this shit, y'all. That's how much I love it. There it is.
Hey, I was supposed to be with him. He ain't get it yet, but I can't wait to put. Yo, he did 1 trillion fucking streams.
Yeah,
Think about that
shit.
I get it November 21st.
1 trillion streams.
You get a plaque for it?
Yeah, like
1 trillion.
Montana Avery gonna bring it to me.
That's so
crazy. I'm super impressed. I don't think. Come on, bro. 1 trillion streams.
That's crazy.
Come on, bro. Not a billion.
Yo, in YouTube world, 1 billion is crazy.
Yeah.
1 trillion is like some number we gotta think about. Like,
Nobody see the trillion.
Not now, Phil. Not the trillion. I mean, you gotta have the kind of consistency I had for the last 30 years. Some shit like that.
Yeah.
I've been running hard day for day for 30. I've been doing this shit 40.
Yo.
Since I was 14, I started Cash Money. 15, I had my LLC.
Damn. What the fuck?
Started as a kid.
How did you know? At 15, how did you know how to start an LLC up?
Trying to get out the streets. Trying to find a different way. I chose music. And that bitch chose me back. It wasn't easy. I ain't gonna tell you it was easy. It wasn't sweet. It was hard. We put a lot of grinding all night, every night, putting up posters, selling CDs, cassettes, man. That shit was hard. So when we got there, you know, we was able to appreciate it. It ain't come easy at all. Nothing been easy. It's still hard as fuck. You see, I'm out here.
Yeah, it is. just it's a lot of probability, numbers, and
a lot of niggas don't put it in.
yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
sacrifice it.
It's true. Yeah, you gotta sacrifice it all. 100%.
You're successful at sacrifice.
True.
YB got you on some YN shit, man. I can
Facts,
see,
though.
man. I see you on stage. You thugging it now, man. Yo, he got you like a YN out here, man. You popping that shit. You stepping. You always been that nigga, but you moving different now.
For a fact, he definitely get me on my body. He definitely get me on my body.
Wait, how you get you to get on that track?
We did that song 7 years ago.
Damn.
Which one?
We popping.
Then I'm talking about the
new one.
The new joint.
Nah, man, them got a whole album together.
A new album.
From the Bayou too.
Oh wow.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffin gonna be happy about that.
Yeah, it is.
Damn.
Bar.
They'll be ready to drop. That just was the first song.
What's that motivation like? What do he be telling you in the studio? He be
He
telling
don't tell me nothing. I just do what I do.
He just said, do you.
He don't tell me shit. I was just doing me and he just come in there and do it. He don't tell me shit.
Yeah, the whole internet be saying when you walk on stage, that's the first genuine smile they see from him the whole night. They love you.
For a fact. How much that's my little blood. That's my little round. I fuck with him tough. I'm out here about him. I don't care about none of this shit. I'm out here about him. I little nigga. Since a junkie, since a Jew. Shit, ready now.
If you had a, let me ask you a question. If you were watching right now, like, you had to give one piece of advice to like the younger people trying to make it come up, what would you say to the people nowadays that are looking for it? Like, how do they acquire it?
Niggas gotta just stay down till they come up. Niggas be jumping ship.
You think my generation rushes shit? They quit early, they give up early?
For a fact.
Yeah.
For a fact. And then niggas don't stick with niggas.
Yeah.
I ain't on that. I'm gonna stick with that shit because it ain't nobody say it's gonna be easy. It might not happen fast. Wayne, that shit ain't happen fast. Drake, that shit ain't happen fast. Nigga, that shit ain't happen fast. Top, that shit ain't happen fast. Even Thugger, that shit ain't happen fast. Pluto, that shit ain't happen fast. Your Gotti, that shit ain't happen fast. That's all the niggas that been under this umbrella. Even Cali, you know, from this umbrella. Shit just ain't happen fast. We stuck with it till it happened. And once it's on, it's on. We straight. Niggas don't be having the patience. Niggas don't do it like we do it. We used to be working for a record for a year. Niggas might work for a record for a week.
So why do you think my generation is like that? Like, why do you think the new generation is on like the
The
weird?
internet, everything's fast now. It ain't the same. We ain't have none of that shit. We ain't have no internet, none of that shit.
You know how to relate to them though. Yo, I told somebody the story. I told that nigga Vlad that story. I said, yo, when we walked out of that shit at Newark, there was, I don't know if it was like some little commotion going on. When you walked over there, niggas just, they knew what it was. The respect they got from you was crazy.
That's why somebody little bro was like, man, don't do that, man. Fuck it up for blood, man. You ain't come out here for that. Man, don't do that. Let that shit go. They was like, all right, start it, come on, man, let's go. We ain't out here for that. We're gonna get the one. What he gonna get, what he gonna get. Let's get the fuck.
Stunner, I'm gonna get up with you, man. Hey, you owe me some oxtail, cause I remember I was following. You know you blocked the whole you blocked 3 streets up in Miami. I'm serious. He brought the big ass tour bus down that street.
Every time I come
Offset was behind your bus. I said the street. I said, why we not moving? They said Stunner got the bus parked right in front of that bitch, and ain't nobody moving, man. Ain't nobody moving, man. Ain't nobody moving, man. Stunner, I'm here tomorrow day, man.
Big facts.
I'm with you always.
Man, LeBron might be shooting a video tomorrow.
So shit.
Well, we going to Gladys Bar.
Shit, I'm here. Hey, I just want to get you meet him, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much.
Tonight about it. Drizzy told me he love it, so Drizzy loving my love. You know this
Just love, bro. I appreciate it.
Without a doubt, but y'all enjoy yourself.
All right, bro. All right, buddy. All right, yeah. Yep. Appreciate it, yo. All right, yo,
Stop, hit your phone.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
You ate it up?
What's up, bro? You alright?
Is that DJ Academic?
What's good with you, brother?
Big act.
Oh, you got that shit on.
That's where come my order. Where coming from?
Oh, yeah? Where you from? I can't wait. I love that. Hey, keep that motivation for real. That's love. I like that. Got it. You already know. We have the YB show with it.
Said, shout out Reggie. He's playing your
Hey, he's the truth. Right here is the truth.
Well, I'm an artist too. What you talking about?
Oh, and it's love to her too.
Sing. What's up, Reggie? I'm
Y'all gotta
out
collab.
New Orleans East. What's up? Stop playing.
Hey, I respect that. I fuck with the come up shit. Plug your shit. Plug your shit.
Man, let's Zeno, man. My Instagram, let's Zeno _ man. Y'all see me. I just dropped a tape called Wild Watch Me.
I love
What's
that.
Now,
You gotta keep that mindset.
What's going on? I'm up and coming artist out of New Orleans East. And look for me. When you see me up there,
Hey, we respect the come up. Good luck. You got it. You'll kill it. You got it. Yo.
One more.
All right, let's do it.
Let me get that.
Come on.
Got that bit? Going now. Stop playing, yo.
All right, yo. All right, bro. Yo, act. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, let's do it, bro.
What's good with you, bro?
What's good? Right here? Okay. Good. Yeah, right here.
Let me get on. Like you on stream right now?
Yeah, say what's up in the stream.
I ain't gonna lie, yo, live in the trenches right now. Just fuck with us.
What's up?
Fuck with us.
Don't go to the gate. They said they trying.
Oh, I can't go to the gate?
They're trying to run them off.
He said I can't go. What we gonna do? They told me I can't go. I'm talking to you here. What? Who? Them? Tell them to say what's up. Turn the camera. Tell them to say what's up.
Yo, Ed and Green, you don't want to show love.
No, I do. I don't do that. He said I can't, but I'm gonna respect the rules. If he said I can't pull up over them, just say I can't pull up.
That's it.
He is. Can I get a raise? I get a raise.
You gotta respect the rules. You got rules. You got rules. Yeah, mate.
All right, hey, for real, keep grinding. I can't wait. I can't wait. I respect it. Let's do it. Go crazy. Go crazy.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yup.
Keep going. I appreciate you, gang.
Have a good time.
Hey, bro. I'll see you later. I almost got a chance to say what's up to YB. Next time, maybe.
You going to Alabama?
Nah. Probably you might see me in Vegas.
Vegas?
I remember Vegas or Houston.
Alabama is right there.
True.
It is right there.
You going to Alabama though?
AJ.
You to Alabama?
Yeah.
All right. I will.
What part of Alabama?
All right, yo. You have a good one.
The show, bro. I'm from here.
Oh, all right, yo. All right. Hey, thank you, bro. Much love, bro. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yo, AJ.
Yo, I'm gonna see you in Miami.
All right, yeah. Pull up on me. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. AJ, I'll see you later. We will. All right.
Like this is the same level. Yeah, I got one of this. I think one is good. I got one of these small ones. Alright.
As soon as we get to the airport.
Do what?
As long as you last.
Nigga Snaggy said, was Birdman trying to sign you in there?
Facts. Nah, he's cool as fuck though.
Stunner right there.
He's actually a goat, bro.
He said something about From the Bayou too? He said it's coming out?
Yeah, he said part 2's coming out.
Oh yeah, I need that. That album underrated as fuck.
Game, big. Yeah, who won them games?
Hey, Chad, listen, bro. I'm gonna end this stream, but I want to obviously just say some positive shit right now, bro. It was a good ass. What's up, bro?
The financial services, which basically means, so let me present to you what I want to show you today is that the real reason is the transition to empire. Okay? There's a really simple explanation for why this is happening. And the reason is that after the end of the Cold War, 1991, America became a global empire. It could now set the rules of the game, and it set the rules of the game so that it would always win. And then all money flowed to America, which created all these asset bubbles. Okay? So that's the argument I'm making to you today, okay? So, are we clear about what's happening? Any questions so far? Okay, now I want to explain to you how America became an empire. In fact, the most powerful empire in human history, because even though Rome was powerful, it didn't really control the world. Whereas America, the American empire today, controls the entire world. Okay? And so, to understand how America became an empire, you have to go back to the founding of America. Okay? So in 1776, America declared independence from Britain. And at that time, they had something called the Declaration of Independence. And the Declaration of Independence, if you read the document, it's very clear. It's what the founding fathers of America said is that we are founding a new society in America based on God. Okay? Now, the founding fathers were Christians, but they were a special type of Christians who believed in the idea of deism. And deism is the idea that, yes, there is a God, and God did create everything, but God is not interested in managing human affairs. God leaves us alone, which means that we as humans are empowered to create the world we want to create. Okay? And the founding fathers wanted to create a new society based on the idea of God. Okay? And what they believed is that God gave human beings 3 fundamental rights that all governments must respect. Okay? And so the famous phrase is, do you guys know the famous phrase? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Okay? That is the mission, the purpose of America, to ensure that every American would have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's really the goal, the role of government. Life, to make you safe, okay? To provide security against enemies. Liberty, the right to say whatever you believe, the right to believe whatever you believe, okay? So the tolerance of all creeds, religions. Now last is the pursuit of happiness. What does pursuit of happiness mean? You guys know? So Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, and when he wrote the pursuit of happiness, he had a very specific idea in mind. What does the pursuit of happiness mean? Which is what? Okay, so wealth, okay? So in America, your fundamental right, the fundamental purpose of your life is to make as much money as you can, to amass as much wealth as you can. Okay? And the idea here is that in this society, in this new society, this new experiment called America, if we allow everyone to pursue the creation of wealth, then America will become powerful. Okay? That's the idea. And it turned out that this idea was absolutely correct. Okay? In a very short amount of time, America industrialized very rapidly, and at the end of World War II, America became the most powerful country in the world. Okay? After World War II, it decided that it can now export its philosophy to the rest of the world. So in 1944, there's something called the Bretton Woods Conference. Okay? And so in 1944, everyone knew that Nazi Germany would be defeated, okay, and Japan would be defeated, which would make America the most powerful, the richest nation on the planet, okay? Now, the Soviet Union was a competitor, but they didn't really matter, okay? They had their own sphere of influence. So America got together with its allies in Europe, and they decided what the new global financial system would look like. And the idea was that with Bretton Woods, they decided that the US dollar would become the global reserve currency, which basically meant that you could buy anything with the US dollar. Now, there are some people at Bretton Woods, some economists who were afraid that this would cause problems, right? If you have a government which was in control of the global reserve currency, that would basically make the government God, right? If they could just print as much money as they wanted, they could become like Midas. If they touch something, it would become gold, okay? So some people thought it was dangerous. And so the compromise is that the US dollar had to be backed by gold, okay, the gold standard. In other words, the US dollar was basically like a receipt for gold. If you had $1 million, okay, you could go to any American bank and get $1 million worth of gold for it. Okay, does that make sense? So that's what we call the gold standard. And for the longest, and so that led, this Bretton Woods system led to tremendous prosperity in America and in Europe and in Japan, okay? Then, in 1971, Richard Nixon did something really radical. He basically said, we America, we're gonna go off the gold standard, okay? Remember that America had spent too much money on the space race, on Vietnam, on domestic expenses, okay? So they needed to transition out of the gold standard. But if you transition out of the gold standard, then how do you ensure the US dollar is worth something? How do you ensure the intricate worth of the US dollar? So they transition from the gold standard to what? Do you guys know? Oil, okay, do you understand? And this is what we call the petrodollar. And the idea here is that, look, every economy needs oil to run, right? You need oil as the basis of your economy. And so after America went off the gold standard, these countries in the Middle East, mainly Saudi Arabia, but other countries as well, agreed that you could buy oil using US dollars. So the idea is, okay, before, if you had $1 million, $1 million US dollars, you could convert that to gold, okay? And now you can convert it to oil. And this is what we call the petrodollar. And this is really the basis for the value of the US dollar today, okay? So then what happened is that in 1991, the Soviet Union fell, and now America was in charge of the entire global economy, basically, okay? And so America at that time said to everyone, listen, let's focus on trade, because trade will make everyone rich. Okay, so let me explain the theory of this, okay? So America basically wanted everyone to trade. And the idea of trade, okay, this is like Russia, China, okay, South America. And the idea of trade is that each country would focus on its competitive advantage. What are you good at? And then you would sell this competitive advantage to other countries for what they're good at, okay? And the theory here is that if you do it this way, then all countries will become rich. Okay? So let me explain why. All right, so let's look at US and China, okay? So what China's really good at is cheap labor. The United States, what the United States is really good at is technology, right? Okay, so the idea is that the United States and China trade, right? So China makes all these cheap goods for American consumers. But unfortunately, Chinese consumers don't have enough purchasing power to buy American technology, right? Okay? So what happens is that America gives China US dollars instead, okay? Trillions and trillions of US dollars. Now, in theory, what's supposed to happen is this money trickles down to the average Chinese so that the average Chinese worker, his wages go up, right? And when his wages go up, what he can do now is buy US products like iPhones. And so over time, trade evens out, okay? Does that make sense? That's the theory, Okay, that's the first theory. The second theory is how capital moves. Okay, and the idea here is that capital is going to go to places which allows it to grow the most. Okay, and so the idea is that when you have a globalized world, then what happens is capital from the United States moves to China, right? Because if you invest in China, your capital grows the most. You can buy $1 million house in the United States, or you can buy 10 houses for the same money in China. So you're better off buying houses in China, right? Okay, so these are the two theories. One is that trade will make everyone rich. And second is that capital will move from rich countries to poor countries, okay? And when you actually go to university and you study economics, like Jack will, then you actually have to learn these theories. But in reality, these two theories aren't true, okay? Why not? Why are these two theories true? So the first theory is that if two countries trade, over time, wealth trickles down to everyone in that country, which makes everyone richer. Okay? Is that true for China? No, it's not, okay? Workers' wages have not gone up for the past 30, 40 years. Why? Because of the idea of elite capture. Elite capture. So all the money is captured by an elite group of people. When that happens, okay, they can't spend it. They can't buy US goods, right? So the only thing they can do is invest it, right? Now, according to this theory, they should invest it back in China because investment in China should allow for more growth than investment anywhere else, okay? But in reality, where do they put their money? In the United States. And why would they do that? Why? Exactly, okay? You don't put your money where you make the most money. You put your money where it's the most safe, okay? That's why we have banks. So because the United States controls the US dollar, and because people's wealth is expressed in US dollars, it makes the most sense to put your money in the United States, okay? And this is not just true for China, it's true for most countries in the world. And that's why, starting in the 90s, you have all this wealth amassing in the United States, okay? Does that make sense? So everything in the United States became overpriced. Everything became a speculative bubble. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's look at equities, okay? Stock market. Stocks. In the year 1900, okay? In the year 1900, if you look at all the world's stock markets, the largest was the UK, okay? Because obviously the UK is the most powerful country in the world, was the most powerful country at that time. At that time, the UK was the most powerful country. Okay, so in its stock market, as a percentage of the entire global stock market, was about 25%, okay? 24 to 25%. The United States was second at 14.5%. Then you had Germany, about 13%, France at 11%, okay? So that was the situation of wealth in the year 1900. And this makes sense, right? These four countries are industrially extremely powerful. Today, okay? Today, the year 2024, the United States has 60% of all the world's stock wealth. Okay? Who's second? Can you guys guess? Who'd be second? Japan, okay? And what is the percentage of global stock wealth? Can you guys guess a number? The United States has 66%, 60%. How much does Japan have? Can you guess a number? 10% is a good guess, right? It's actually 6%. Okay? Do you see the disparity? Number one is 60%. Japan, number two, is 6%. It's huge disparity. How much is China? The world's second largest economy. 3%, okay? Do you understand? Right? So all this wealth that's being generated around the world, it can only end up one place. Okay? The United States. All right? So you have, and that's what's pushed the financialization of the U.S. economy. Okay? Because this wealth goes to the United States, and someone has to manage this wealth. And this is the financial services sector, okay? So people on Wall Street, and this is very important, people on Wall Street, they make their money based on how they manage this wealth, not on whether or not they make money out of this money. Do you understand? They charge a management fee, okay? So in other words, they're not actually incentivized to be conservative and make sure that this money grows. What they're incentivized to do is design riskier and riskier assets and investment opportunities to attract more investment, because then they can take a management fee, a cut. Okay, does that make sense? And that's what's led to so much financial over-speculation over the past 20 years in America. Okay, so good morning. We are continuing the Hebrew Bible today. Last class we talked about King David of Israel and how he created the Bible, the project of the Bible, in order to create legitimacy and authority. Okay, and we are continuing along this theme today. So let's go over the chronology of the Bible. Okay. So in the beginning, there was God. Okay? In the Bible, his name is Yahweh. And he created the world. And then he created Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And people who take the Bible literally believe this was about 4000 BC. Okay? As we know, Adam and Eve, because they disobeyed God, they were banished from the Garden of Eden. And then they had two sons, Cain and Abel, and then their family started to populate the earth. But then humans started to misbehave. We went to war, we were greedy, and so God decided to destroy the world in something called the Great Flood. And this is a story of Noah's Ark. Remember, Noah was beloved by God, so God told him to build a great ship, and then he will be able to live. Okay? After Noah's Ark, came along a man named Abraham, and this was about 2000 BC. Abraham was born in the city of Ur in Mesopotamia, and he was beloved by God because he was a righteous and decent man. And God made a covenant with him. Covenant. And a covenant is a contract, it's a promise. And the contract is this: if you, Abraham, swear allegiance to me, Yahweh, I will make you and your descendants founders of a great nation called Israel that will stretch from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's a promised land. In return, as a mark of this covenant, Abraham and his ancestors will engage in circumcision. Okay? Basically, the foreskin of their penis will be surgically removed at birth. Okay? So that's the covenant. Abraham had a son named Isaac, and Isaac had a son named Jacob. Okay? Jacob is the younger son of Isaac, so Esau should have inherited the birthright and the blessing from his father Isaac. But Jacob played a trick on Esau and stole the birthright. Esau was very angry, so Jacob had to run away and live with a relative for a couple of decades. And while there, he married two sisters named Leah and Rachel. And then together, they had 12 sons. And the 12 sons became the 12 founders of the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob will be renamed by God as Israel. So Jacob really is the founder of the nation of Israel. Jacob's youngest son is named Joseph. And he is beloved by Jacob so much that his brothers became jealous of him and sold him into slavery in Egypt. Joseph was also beloved by God, and he had a special gift of reading dreams. And he became a special advisor to the Pharaoh, and he became very wealthy. Meanwhile, back in the land of Israel, Jacob and his sons, their family, are facing this massive famine. So Joseph comes and rescues them, and the entire nation of Israel moves down to Egypt, okay, where they become very wealthy and prosperous. And because they have many children, eventually, after a couple of decades, they become a threat to the establishment. So the new Pharaoh, who has no memory of the contributions of Joseph, enslaved the Israelites. And he wants them to die. So he basically forbids them to have sons. And he basically tries to sanction the Israelites as much as possible. Eventually, a man named Moses is born into the Israelites in Egypt. And because he's a boy, he has to be killed. So his mother puts him in a basket, and then this basket drifts down the Nile and into the hands of the Egyptian princess. So Moses grows up to become an Egyptian prince. But eventually, God informs him of who he really is, and he's the prophet who will deliver the Israelites back into the promised land. The Pharaoh refuses to let the Israelites go. There's a major contest, duel between Moses and the Pharaoh. And then God sends down like 10 plagues, to force the Pharaoh to release the Israelites. Moses is taking the Israelites into the promised land, and then Pharaoh has a change of heart, and he wants to destroy the Israelites before they can escape. So the Pharaoh chases them. Moses causes the sea to part. They cross the valley, and when Pharaoh and his army are about to enter the sea closes in on them and drowns them. Okay? And then when Moses and the Israelites are in the desert, Moses ascends a mountain to receive the law of God. And this is what we call the Ten Commandments. But while Moses is away, the Israelites create an idol to celebrate Yahweh. And Yahweh hates this because Yahweh does not want to be represented on earth. So Yahweh sentences them to a long exile in the desert. And he tells Moses, you will deliver the people from Egypt, and that is your mission, but you will not enter the promised land. You can see the promised land, but you will not enter the promised land. So the mission goes to Joshua, who is Moses' disciple, and Joshua and the Israelites start a massive military campaign into the land of Canaan, which is a promised land. And over the span of years, they basically massacre the people, and they create the nation of Israel. And then we enter the period called the Judges. And these are 12 individuals who become the tribal leaders of Israel. And Israel at this time is at war with all their neighbors. The Moabites, the Edomites, the Philistines, the Canaanites. And this period lasts for a long time until the Israelites pick a king named Saul to lead them. Okay, King Saul. And then as we know from King Saul will come David, who will usurp the throne from Saul and be the great king of Israel that we remember today, okay? And David is considered the real founder of the state of Israel as well as the Jewish faith. Okay? So that's the chronology of the Bible. Now, because the Bible is written almost like a historical document, for most of human history, people believe this to be literally true. Okay? But in the past 400 years, 300 years, there are many archaeologists who have tried to prove the events in the Bible. For example, Noah's Ark. If there really was a flood, well, there will be a geological record. There will be a ship. Okay? There will be a memory of this. But there was never. But we have never been able to find any concrete evidence to support Noah's Ark. Okay? How about the Garden of Eden? Well, if the Garden of Eden really existed, well, we can also find it, and we've never been able to find it. All right? How about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Again, no evidence that any of these individuals ever existed. How about Moses? Well, we would think if Moses really did exist, there would be some records of him in the Egyptian history, right? I mean, 10 plagues is a travesty and a disaster on the Egyptian people. No record of that. The parting of the sea, no record of that. The Judges, Joshua, nothing, okay? It is only until we get to David when we begin to see historical records and proof that David actually existed. But before that, nothing in the Bible has proven to be historical. Okay, and so this is very confusing. So what I will show you today is, if you see the Bible as a historical record, you will only get confused. If you see this as a chronology, this makes no sense. If you see this as a work of fiction, like a lot of people do, this doesn't make much sense either. Okay, because when you read the Bible, these events aren't actually interconnected with each other. David has no memory of Moses, for example. That's weird. Moses has no memory of Abraham. Okay, so these stories are not interconnected. So if this is not a historical record, if this is not a work of pure fiction, what is this thing? Okay, what I will show you today is, this is not a chronology. This is a cosmology. Cosmology. Okay? Remember, last class we talked about why things are written down in the ancient past. And as I said, kings sponsor writing projects for 3 major reasons. The first reason is to create legitimacy and authority. The second reason is to create a national identity, cohesion among the people. The third reason is the idea of differentiation. To tell people who they are not. We're Israelites, we're not Egyptians. We're not Canaanites. We're not Philistines. Okay, so these are the 3 major reasons why kings sponsor writing projects. And for the Israelites and David, these 3 imperatives are particularly salient. Okay, they're really necessary. Right? So let me explain why that's the case. So legitimacy. Remember, David usurped the throne from Saul. Saul came from a noble family, and he was elected by the chieftains to be their king. And then David launched a rebellion and eventually usurped the throne. So David has a major legitimacy problem. So how he solves the problem, as we discussed last class, is the Bible presents him as a poet king. Okay, this is a very important concept. Poet king. There have been warrior kings, right? Kings who go to war and they win legitimacy by defeating all their enemies. There have been priest kings, kings who are head of a major religion. But David is the first poet king. Okay, he writes poetry. He sings songs. He's a sensitive soul. That's what explains his affair with Bathsheba. And that tells us he could never have possibly been ambitious and want to kill Saul. Okay, he's the first poet king. So why is he king of Israel? Because guess what, guys? God is the poet God. Okay? Poet God. Yahweh is the poet God. So this is a radical conception of divinity in the ancient world. Gods previously have been priests or warriors, and this is the first time in human history where God, Yahweh, is being presented as a poet God. When you read the Bible, it's very interesting how he creates the world. He speaks and things are created. Okay, he says, "Let there be light. Let there be heaven and earth." He speaks, and when he speaks, a new world is created. And then he looks at this world and says, "And this is good." Okay? So he's like a writer who speaks words and who edits his words in order to create something much more beautiful. He's a poet. And as a poet, he's very sensitive. Okay? Which means he creates Adam and Eve because he's lonely. He wants friendship. Okay? So, in other words, the Bible is fundamentally a story of friendship, of two poets who are alone in the world and who found friendship and comfort in the existence in each other. Okay? And the way the Bible accomplishes is through the idea of covenant. So, in the Bible, there are 4 covenants, promises. So the first covenant is between Noah and Yahweh. It's what we call the Noahide covenant, the Noahide covenant. And the idea of this is this. After Yahweh destroys the world, he feels tremendous remorse for what he's done. He promises Noah, as long as humans are not too evil, I will not destroy the world. Okay? If humans stay good, I will not destroy the world. The second covenant is between Abraham and Yahweh. It's called the Abrahamic covenant. And in this covenant, Yahweh says to Abraham, if you and your descendants stay true to me, I will create a great nation out of you. Okay, I will give you the nation of Israel. And the third covenant is between Moses and Yahweh. It's called the Mosaic covenant. And the idea is, if the Israelites follow the 10 Commandments and worship Yahweh, only Yahweh, then Yahweh will protect them as a nation. Yahweh will show them favor. Okay? So those are the 3 covenants. But when we get to David, called the Davidic covenant, something interesting happens. All 3 previously are what we call conditional covenants. If you do this, then I will do this. But when we get to David, it's unconditional. I, Yahweh, will promise that you, David, and your descendants will forever rule Israel. The house of David will forever rule Israel. Okay? It's an unconditional covenant that shows his everlasting friendship with David. In other words, the Davidic covenant marks the end of biblical history. Yahweh, this great God, poet God, who searched the universe for friendship, has now found his great friend in David. And so his search has ended, and biblical history has ended. Okay? So this is a radical new idea in human history. How a king and a god can be poets, and how the world, how reality can be constructed through words. Okay? And that's why in the Bible, there's a very famous phrase called, in the beginning, there was the Word. And that's why Jewish people are so literary, okay? Because that's part of their tradition. If you look at some of the most famous writers, some of the most famous thinkers in the world, they're mainly Jewish. And again, a lot of it is because the Jewish faith is the first faith to focus on literary creation. Okay? So let me start presenting the evidence, okay? So the first piece of evidence is, again, Egyptian mythology. All right? So in Egyptian mythology, and it's very different from other mythologies we'll study in the future, like that of Mesopotamia, the gods give everything to the people. Okay? The people don't really do anything. Ra gives life, Osiris gives civilization, Horus provides the kingship. Okay? So the Egyptian understanding of the relationship with the gods is basically, if they worship the gods well enough, the gods will always reward them. Okay? So the idea that the gods will make the people build tombs doesn't really make any sense. Okay? It makes more sense. The pharaoh is helping the Egyptians achieve eternal peace by inspiring them to build the pyramid. Okay? The second thing is the architectural quality of the pyramid. Now, there is a misconception, a myth. The pyramids were built by slaves. It just had slaves, they used slaves, but they never used slaves for religious purposes, right? Because you can't really trust slaves. So it was tens of thousands of laborers who built the pyramid together. And it's a complete mystery to people how they're able to achieve such a miraculous building. Okay? And so the answer is this. Let's think for the past 1,000 years. The most impressive buildings in the world are usually churches, temples, mosques, right? So that just demonstrates the power of religious devotion in the act of creation. So if the Egyptians saw the pyramids as the ultimate temple, as bringing God on earth, you can imagine every one of them would work very hard in order to do their best. Does that make sense? Okay? The third is the idea of the cult of the skull. So around this time and throughout the world, people practice ancestor worship. So the way they did that usually is maybe they have a ancestor who was well regarded. Okay, they would keep his skull around. They would decorate it with clay and ochre, and they would use this skull as maybe a portal into the outer world, into the spirit world, in order to draw inspiration, to draw good luck from this. Okay, so the idea that they would use the pharaoh's body as a portal into the heavens is would be a very common idea at that time. All right? And then you have cave paintings. So remember, way early in the semester, we looked at Ice Age cave paintings. So these paintings inside caves. And we discussed these paintings were a means of religious worship, of bringing the spirit world into our world, connecting the two, okay, in order to celebrate life and hunting. Okay? Then you have a place like Göbekli Tepe, which is considered one of the earliest temples. Okay, remember it is a religious monument on top of a hill, okay, which would be also another way for you to connect our world with the heavens, and for your worship, draw divine energy from the heavens. Okay? So this, in other words, there's a pattern of humans trying to connect the spirit world with our world through religious worship. And the pyramid represents the ultimate temple. Okay? Does that make sense? So the pyramid is a continuation of this sort of religious devotion and worship and religious practice. Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions before I move on? Okay. So now the last question is, why did they stop building the pyramid? And there's a very good reason why they stopped building the pyramid. Because remember, this pyramid was about creating eternal peace, pleasing the gods, unifying the world, right? That's a theory. The problem is this theory doesn't work, because in about 2200 BCE, the 4.2 kilo-year event happened. Okay? Think of this as a mini ice age, where for about 100 years, there's a drought in Egypt. Well, that's a problem, right? Because the entire point of the pyramid, why people sacrificed themselves so hard to work on the pyramid, was to prevent a drought in Egypt, right? It was to control the Nile, and they failed. So this creates, first of all, a crisis of faith. Okay, a crisis of faith. Many now are forced to reject their faith in the pharaoh. And now you see the rise of the priesthood, okay? And other gods as well. So the first major reason why they stopped building the pyramids is the crisis of faith. Second problem is, in order to build the pyramids, you need a pyramid economy. Okay, a pyramid economy. And what the pyramid economy represents is centralized planning, right? Centralization. The pharaoh and his palace are able to coordinate all the resources of the state in order to create the pyramids. We know that when you have a centralization, you have three problems. The first is inequality. So if you're part of this planned economy, you do very well for yourself, okay? But if you're not, then you become poor, okay? So inequality is a huge issue. But you also have a problem of corruption, where people in the system, they want to steal because it's just easier to do, okay? And the third problem is just waste. It's not very efficient. So basically the pyramid economy is just a complete waste of resources. All right? And the third problem is this, okay? And this is actually a much more, okay? This is a huge problem, okay? It's the idea of a nihilistic religious belief. What this religious saying is, life doesn't matter. It's death that matters. It's death that allows us to be like God, to be eternal, right? In order to ensure our ascent into godhood, one, we have to be close to the pharaoh, okay? We have to be loyal to the pharaoh. But two, we have to ensure we obtain a lot of wealth in our life, okay? So basically what Egypt was doing during the pyramid economy was taking all its grain, all its resources, and then selling it overseas in order to bring back precious metals that they could put in their graves so that they could take these precious metals, gold, jewelry, into the afterlife with them. Okay? So basically, they were just taking all this tremendous wealth of Egypt, almost unlimited wealth of Egypt, and just squandering it, gambling it away, basically, in the promise of an eternal afterlife. And they really didn't care about the here and now. They didn't care about building a great nation. They really weren't concerned about ensuring everyone was well off and prosperous and happy in a nation. Okay? So you had an elite who was concerned about abusing their power in order to steal as much money as possible in order to ensure a good afterlife. Okay? And this is the three major reasons why they stopped building the pyramids. Okay? One, because it's a crisis of faith. Doesn't really work. Second is the centralization creates inequality, corruption, and waste. And third is the religious belief can only lead to the corruption of the state and tyranny. Okay? So I answered those 3 questions. Any questions before I continue? Right. So yeah, that's a great point. Okay. So you're absolutely right. Like even though they stopped building pyramids, this civilization would go on for another 2,000 years, and it was still for the majority of that a very prosperous, stable nation that was basically the hegemon of the Western world. Okay. So this is the Old Kingdom. That's what the Old Kingdom focused on building the pyramids, but the Middle Kingdom and New Kingdom would also have a lot of glory as well. So I don't mean to denigrate their society, okay? I'm just pointing out some logical flaws in their society that will lead to their eventual decay. Because even though the Old Kingdom will collapse, the society is very resilient. So as I said, the Old Kingdom will be replaced by the Middle Kingdom after a large civil war. Also, they will make changes to society that will make society much more stable. And the major change is to take all the centralized powers of the pharaoh and then devolve it into the priesthood and creating a priestocracy, okay? Which is very much like the Confucian bureaucracy in China. And they will also start importing new ideas from overseas. So I apologize if I'm implying that this is the end of Egypt. It's not. After the Old Kingdom, after they stop building the pyramids, you will have a new flourishing of creativity and innovation in Egypt. But they stopped perceiving the pyramids as the end all be all. Whereas, and the point I'm trying to make is, during the Old Kingdom, they did perceive the pyramid as the Manhattan Project, okay? They really thought, if we build this thing, then there will be eternal peace. And you can also make the argument, the Israelites in the Bible make fun of them because there's the Tower of Babel story, right? The Tower of Babel story where the humans are arrogantly trying to build a tower up to heaven to be with God, right? And you can argue that's what the pyramid is. And God laughs at them and mocks them, and they never succeed. And then God punishes them by making them speak different languages. Okay, so this is a great question, okay? What do the Egyptians remember about the Great Pyramid? So Herodotus was running about 400 BCE, okay? And this is about 2,000 years after the Great Pyramid. And Herodotus travels around Egypt, and he's basically a historian, he's a journalist. He wants to know how they built the Great Pyramid. And what he discovers is, the Egyptians don't know. Not only do they not know, but they don't even know how to rebuild one. Okay, if you ask the Egyptians in 400 BC, can you build a pyramid? They've lost that expertise. Okay, and so let me elaborate on this. When I talk about the pyramid economy, I'm talking about 3 things. I'm talking about specialization, right? Just massive specialization, including how to carve granite, how to move granite, how to do measurements, okay? You have specialization going on. Then you have something called institutionalization, which is basically creating the memory of this knowledge. And you do that by passing this knowledge to your sons and your grandsons, and to maybe in a guild or workshop, okay? And then you also have systemization, which is to say you have to bring all these pieces together, okay? So the pyramid economy was extremely complex because you need all 3 things to happen at the same time: specialization, institutionalization, and systemization. You could also argue the man who created this system, the pyramid economy, his name is Imhotep. Okay, and he's revered in Egypt as a divine figure. Okay, he was basically grand vizier to the pharaoh. And he was royalty, but he was a man. But he was able to contribute so much to Egypt that they deified him, basically. okay? And you can argue like his major contribution was in creating this pyramid economy that are all three elements: specialization, institutionalization, and systemization. Okay, because it's actually very hard to put the pieces together. You need a writing system, you need a financial system, you need a lot of elements. Okay, I'm making this sound a lot easier than it really is. Okay, so that's the first thing. Very complex. Second thing is, remember, for the Egyptians and for the Pharaoh, the pyramids represented God on earth, right? So there has to be mystery and secrecy around the building of the pyramid, right? So as I said, what makes the most sense is for them to build these models around the pyramid so that these working teams would know where to go at what time, okay? But after they built the pyramids, it would make sense for them to destroy all records in order to maintain a sense of divinity and inspiration, right? They're trying to create awe and fear and inspiration. So they would not want for people to like know how to build the pyramids. They would think this has to be a gift from God, from the Pharaoh. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, but that's a great question. Thanks. Okay, any more questions before I move on? Okay, that's a great question. Where was the mummy of the Pharaoh? Okay, so in this theory, you have to understand what matters is not the pyramid. What matters is the body, the Pharaoh, right? Because it's the Pharaoh's body that's sacred and divine. So if that's sacred and divine, then you need a priesthood, a cult of the Pharaoh to secure and take care of the body. Okay? Does that make sense? So in other words, there has to be a team taking care of the Pharaoh's body, the mummy. And that ensure, first and foremost, its safety, okay? So the Great Pyramid was part of a complex called the Giza complex. So there are actually two other pyramids. And then around the pyramids are these tombs of people who worked for the Pharaoh, but who were not divine, okay? And you can make the argument, what they're trying to do is create a constellation, right? Because when you look at the sky, stars don't travel by themselves, they travel in constellations. So it makes sense for the son and the grandson to be buried alongside Khufu, but as lesser deities, as lesser pyramids, to show the Egyptian people the harmony, balance, and order of the system. Okay? And what's great about the system is it ensures loyalty of people working for the Pharaoh, because if you're loyal, you're granted a tomb around the Pharaoh, which guarantees your ascension into the eternal afterlife. So you can be eternally with the Pharaoh, okay? So this is a system of morality, basically. All right? So this is fine because there's lots of protections for the Pharaoh, right? He's surrounded by many different systems. But when the system was breaking down, it was clear that Egypt was breaking into civil war, then the cult of the Pharaoh had a responsibility to take the body and place it somewhere that no one could find it. Right? Because again, what matters in this system is not the pyramid, what matters is the body. The body is what gives the pyramids energy and power. So they have to protect that body at all costs. So the reason why we can't find the body is they made sure we cannot find the body, right? Because the body is the mechanism, the portal by which the Pharaoh will resurrect himself. If we have that, then we control the Pharaoh. We control God. Okay? Does that make sense? So they must have a secret caves or places where they put these bodies. And the purpose is to ensure they can never be found. Okay, so great question. Thank you. Any more questions before I finish the class? Okay, so what's inside the pyramid? So first of all, the pyramids have been around for about 4,500 years. tomb raiding was a huge problem, right? So what's actually in the pyramids, we can't be sure about, right? Because of time, because of tomb raiding, okay? We didn't find that much inside the pyramid, okay? There were no pictures, artwork. There were very few hieroglyphics inside the Great Pyramid. There were hieroglyphics and paintings in other pyramids, okay? But inside the Great Pyramid, we haven't found that much, which I think gives even more credence to my theory that this was meant to be a temple of worship. Okay? And this is also why people believe it's a tomb, because there's so few artwork. If it were a temple instead, you would imagine there would be a lot of artwork. Okay, any more questions before I finish the class? Are you guys clear so far? All right, so I want to finish the class with a different question, which is, why is it that my interpretation is so radically different from the mainstream academic interpretation? Okay, and I want to propose the way that our minds work today are radically different from the way that the minds of people like the Egyptians worked, okay? For 3 reasons. Today, the Egyptian people had a pre-literate mind. They also had a pre-science mind, also pre-capitalistic. Okay? So let me explain. Pre-literate is very simple. It just means they didn't read and write. They just spoke. And we are taught the literate mind is more powerful than the oral mind. But that's not true, okay? If you think about it, the oral mind works through imagination. The oral mind is capable of tremendous memory. Because back then, in order to do anything, you have to memorize a lot of information. Now we can just go online, right? So their minds, even though we're pre-literate, they were much more imaginative than we are today. And their memories were stronger. That's why they were able to build the Great Pyramid, because everyone was able to memorize the model and figure out his or her place inside the structure. They were also able to imagine in their heads the Great Pyramid. Remember, Homer and Virgil. The way that children learn Homer and Virgil is by memorizing them, okay? And you can do that. There are people today who memorize the Quran and who memorize the Torah. Okay, it takes some time, but you're able to do that. So back then, they were able to build the pyramid because they were able to visualize the pyramid in their minds. And you can do that with a pre-literate mind. Okay? Second is the idea of pre-science. So in today's world, science is our God. Okay? So in school, you're taught the scientific method, which is basically you collect information, then you synthesize it, then you write your thesis, okay? It's a step-by-step logical process. But if you're a pre-scientific mind, then where do you get your ideas from? You get your ideas through divine inspiration, through God, right? So you can make the argument, like back then, they were capable of these grand ideas that we're not capable of today because we're locked in by the discipline of science. The other problem with science is it's very materialistic, meaning we're focused on the here and now. We're focused on what we can see as opposed to what we feel or what we believe. Right? So when we look at the pyramid, we're always about what was built instead of like what were they feeling when they were building this. And that's a huge difference. And the third difference is pre-capitalistic. Today we do things to make money. We come to school because we want to get a job, because we want to make money in order to buy things. Okay? It's a very utilitarian mindset. But for most of human history, most civilizations were not capitalistic. They were religious. They were focused on community. They were focused on what they could contribute to the betterment of the people around them. They were concerned about their relationship with God. They were concerned about how to create peace in the world. They're asking big questions like what is good and what is evil? What is justice? What is fairness? What is justice? And so they were much more focused on building a pyramid as a way to build community and peace and eternity on earth. Okay? So in other words, what's interesting is, even though we are much more technologically advanced, we're much wealthier than the Egyptians, we don't have the imagination, we don't have the will to build something like the Great Pyramid again. Okay? And that's why I think, even today, the Great Pyramid captures the imagination of so many people around the world, because it's really beyond our own imagination. It really shows the limitations of our own imagination. All right? Okay, that's it. Any questions? Okay, good morning. So today we do Dante. And Dante really is the height of civilization. It does not get better than Dante. I've taught Dante for 3 years now. This is my third time teaching Dante. And what's amazing about it is that all students love Dante. But also, each time I teach Dante, I'm able to discover new insights about Dante that I didn't realize before. My theory is that Dante is someone you can spend your entire life studying, and you will never truly understand his power, his truth, his beauty. Okay, so we will spend 2 classes on Dante today and next Tuesday, and this will end the first semester. Dante is extremely complicated. I can only give you a glimpse into how wonderful he is these next 2 classes. All right, so let me give you a quick introduction into Dante. All right, so his book, his poetry is called the Commedia, the comedy. It's not called the Divine Comedy. Divine Comedy is something that we call it later on. Okay, he first referred to it as the Commedia. Why is it called the comedy? Well, because in writing epics, there are 2 styles. There's the tragic or high, and there's the comic or low. Tragic high means that it usually deals with gods and kings, and it's written in extremely sophisticated style. Comic low means that it deals with ordinary people and written in a common vernacular. At this period in European history, this is the year 1308 to 1321. Okay, those are the 13 years that he spends writing the comedy, and he will die after he finishes it. At this point in European history, the high language is Latin. And what Dante does, which is very interesting, is he chooses to write it in Tuscan. And this is, of course, the local language of Florence, where he is from. And because the Commedia is so wonderfully produced, Tuscan will become the official language of the Italian peninsula. Okay? So today in Italy, they speak the Tuscan dialect of the language. The Divine Comedy, it is an epic divided into 3 structures. Dante goes on a spiritual journey into the cosmos in order to seek truth, to seek God. He starts off with a midlife crisis. And so he has a guide named Virgil who takes him through Inferno, okay? And then they go to Purgatory. And then he goes to Paradise. Paradise is heaven, Inferno is hell, and Purgatory is the land, the mountain, in between the Inferno and Paradise.
today we will look at the very ending of the Divine Comedy, Canto 33. And I want to set up the poem, okay, give some context and some background. Dante is in paradise, and he's trying to figure out the spiritual truth underlying the universe. And then, as he goes on this journey, he concludes his journey by meeting God. Okay? But the problem with God is no one knows what it is. It's a mystery. It's the biggest mystery in the universe. What is God? God is there, right there, but no one knows what it is. God is surrounded by a heavenly host. These are angels that have proved themselves worthy to be around God. And these include people like Mary, the mother of Jesus, as well as Rachel and Leah, who we learn about when we did the Hebrew Bible. And they have absolutely no idea who God is either. Okay? They're in a place called the Empyrean. And Dante is being guided by a man named Bernard, an angel. Okay, Saint Bernard. And to the left is God. And he is this pristine ball of light. No one knows what it is. Not even God knows what it is. And over here is the host. Okay? And at the very center is Mary. What is amazing about the Divine Comedy is how Dante restructures Christian theology. Remember, in Christian theology, Jesus is the epicenter. But in Dante's rendering of Christian theology, Mary is at the center. And the reason why is, ask yourself this question: is it a greater miracle that a God could come to earth and die for our sins? Or is it a greater miracle that a mortal woman is able to give birth to a God? Okay? And this is something that, if you think about it, it's kind of shocking and bewildering. And that's what happens during the Divine Comedy. There are two literary devices that Dante will use throughout the Divine Comedy. The first is the idea of paradox. Think of paradox as a puzzle. Okay? What is the sound of one hand clapping? Okay, a paradox. A truth that seems like a contradiction. He will use this all the time. And the other is structure. Okay? The Divine Comedy, it is mathematically precise. It is brilliant. It is 100 cantos, and there's so much mathematics within the Divine Comedy. So, to use a metaphor, you can see Divine Comedy as almost as an intellectual jigsaw puzzle. The human mind does not like contradictions. The human mind does not like paradoxes. So what happens is this: if you are to engage with Divine Comedy, you become enthralled in it. You become obsessed with it. And then what happens is your mind will slowly, over time, all by itself, you actually don't have to do anything, okay? Your mind will start to unravel these paradoxes and create a new truth of the universe. Okay? And so we are talking about the creation for the Divine Comedy of a new mind for humanity. If Homer was the father of of Greek civilization, then Dante is the father of modern European civilization. And the reason why is the Divine Comedy, because it is a jigsaw puzzle that will unravel the truths of the universe. It becomes the intellectual blueprint for three major movements in Europe. The first is the Renaissance. Remember, the Renaissance starts in Florence, right? Second is the Protestant Reformation, a religious revolution against the Catholic Church. And the third is the Scientific Revolution. Okay? I will show you today why that's the case, how implanted or imprinted in the poetry are the seeds of these three major revolutions. All right. Okay. Any questions so far? Before we look at Divine Comedy. All right. Doug, could you? Okay. So, first thing to know about Divine Comedy is that it is part of a literary genre called apocalyptic literature. Apocalyptic literature just means God reveals the truth to us through a prophet or a poet. Okay? So this is Ezekiel, which is one of the earliest books of the Hebrew Bible. And this really starts the tradition. And so what happens is Ezekiel, he is an Israelite prophet, and he goes to heaven, where he meets all these monsters and demons and angels. And he meets God himself. And then God gives him a scroll, puts it in his mouth, says, eat it. And he eats it and returns to earth to tell the Israelites the words of God. And so this starts the idea that a prophet is someone who speaks the word of God. Okay? He said to me, this is God, Yahweh. O mortal, eat what is offered to you. Eat the scroll and go. Speak to the house of Israel. So I opened my mouth and he gave me the scroll to eat. In my mouth, it was as sweet as honey. Okay? So this is the idea of the apocalyptic tradition. What Dante will do is completely overturn this tradition. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Next slide. All right. So before we look at Divine Comedy, let's review Augustine. Because as we discussed previously, Augustine, the City of God, is what starts the Dark Ages, right? Because of the way that the world is presented. Okay? So let's look at a few quotes from the City of God to remind ourselves of what the mentality of the Dark Ages was. First, when man lives by the standard of man and not by the standard of God, he is like the devil. Okay? And the idea here is that the devil is within us. We must constantly fight against our own nature if we are to be with God. Okay? Second is, now could anything but pride have been the start of the evil will? And the idea here is, if left to our own devices, we will strive to be like God. Pride in the City of God is used almost synonymously like the word ego, okay? Basically who we are. We humans are born proud and will strive for godhood if we are allowed to, okay? Third is, his was a venial transgression when he refused to desert his wife's companion. So, he's talking about the story of Adam and Eve. Eve was clearly the disobedient one, right? But Adam, why did he eat the fruit? Because he didn't want to abandon Eve. Therefore, love is sin. Okay? If you love, you will commit sin. You cannot trust love. It is because Adam loved Eve that he ate the fruit and condemned humanity. Okay? Although the will derives its existence as a nature from its creation by God, its falling away from its true being is due to its creation out of nothing. Its creation out of nothing. So the question then is, if God created us, why are we so bad? And the answer is, because God created us out of dust. He created us out of nothing. That's why we are so flawed. Okay? Again, we are a failed science experiment. We see then that the two cities were created by two kinds of love. The earthly city was created by self-love, reaching the point of contempt for God. The heavenly city by the love of God. Okay? When we love ourselves, we create evil. when we love God, we do good. And the last one. In the heavenly city, then, there will be freedom of will. Okay, this is a hard idea to understand. What does it mean to have freedom of will in the city of heaven? It means that in heaven, we will discard our bodies and only our souls will remain. The body is flawed because it's created out of dust, out of nothing. But the soul is perfect because it was breathed into by God. Okay? Once we are freed of our bodies, we have no more desire. We don't want to have sex. We don't want to eat. We don't want to fight. Our emotions will all be dissipated. Therefore, we will be perfect. Okay? And what will be left are to enjoy unfailingly the delight of eternal joys. Okay? We will be one with God, and we will know an eternal bliss. That's what we're striving towards. Okay? Salvation. Everything on earth does not matter. Okay, so it is a negation of human will. It is a contempt for human love. It is a distrust of all human agency. And these ideas are what will lead to the Dark Ages. Dante is trying to rebut Augustine and free us from the Dark Ages. Okay? So let's go to Dante. And remember, Dante will be a rebuttal to all these ideas. All right, so this is the Imperium, the final level in the structure of the Divine Comedy. And Dante has a mission. His mission is to meet God and tell us who God is. Because God doesn't know, and neither does all the other angels around him, okay? And the reason why is, if God is omniscient and omnipresent, if he knows everything and he is everywhere, then God, by definition, lacks an imagination. Okay, this is hard, I didn't understand, but I'll explain it, okay? God does not know who he is because he lacks an imagination. All right, so what's happening is this. Bernard and Dante are together and they're staring at Mary. Because Bernard will invoke the love of Mary to empower Dante to see God. Okay, so he's trying to channel Mary's energy to empower Dante. And not only is Bernard doing this, but everyone, the entire heaven is praying to Mary to empower Dante. Okay? All right. Virgin Mother, daughter of your Son, more humble and sublime than any creature, fixed gold decree from all eternity. You are the one who gave to human nature so much nobility that its creator did not disdain his being made its creature. Okay, right away, what you will see in Divine Comedy is paradox after paradox. Virgin Mother is a paradox, right? A mother who gives birth without having sex. Daughter of your Son is a paradox. A creature from its creator is also a paradox. And you'll see this in Divine Comedy all the time, these paradoxes. Then this is the paradox, okay? You are the one who gave to human nature so much nobility that its creator did not disdain his being made its creature. If we agree with Augustine and say and believe that everyone is born in sin, and we are incapable of redeeming ourselves from our sin, then how to explain Mary, right? Mary gave birth to Jesus. If Mary had sinned, then God has sinned in him. How to explain that? Well, the only explanation is Mary gave birth without sin. Therefore, she cleansed herself of her sin before giving birth to Jesus. And how did she do that? A mother's love for her child. Right? So this is what Dante is saying. Love is without sin. Love cannot have sin. Now, I mean, you hear this and you're like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Let's just say that I love this woman, okay? She's beautiful. And I say to her, I love you, will you marry me? And then she says to me, I will, but I want $10 million. So I go and I rob a bank, right? That's love, right? What Dante is saying is, that's not love. That is not love. Ask yourself this question. If your mother and your child says to you, Mother, I only love you if you let me eat chocolate every day. Is that love? As a mother, you will say back to him, I love you, therefore I will not allow you chocolate every day. I care about your health. I care about your happiness. That's what I care about. I don't want to degrade you. Okay, that's what Donnie is saying here. Love is the ultimate power. All right? And because she cleansed herself, she has so much nobility that she was able to give birth to God. Okay? That's where nobility is. Nobility is not in being free of sin, but redeeming yourself from sin through sheer willpower, through love. Okay? Let's continue. All right. This man, this is Dante, of course, who from the deepest hollow in the universe, he came from hell, okay, up to this height, has seen the lives of spirits one by one. Now please, okay? He's been on this amazing spiritual journey. He's seen everyone. Through grace to grant him so much virtue that he may lift his vision higher still, may lift it toward the ultimate salvation. The ultimate salvation is God, right? But look at this phrase, vision higher still. Okay, what does it mean? It means, hey, you cannot see God. You have to imagine God. God is something that you do not see. God is something that you imagine through your will. All right? Next one, please. Thank you. And I, who never burned for my own vision more than I burned for yours. This is radical. This is Bernard. He is the highest of the angels. And he says, his vision, I burn for his vision. I want to know the truth. And only this man, Dante, can give us the truth, even though we are angels. Only Dante, a mortal man, has access to truth. We angels do not have access to truth. This is radical and revolutionary, okay? And honestly, if the Catholic Church actually could understand any of this, then Dante his manuscripts would have been burned, okay? This is a revolutionary idea. Do offer you all my prayers and pray that they may not fall short, that with your prayers you may disperse all the clouds of his mortality, so that the highest joy be his to see. The clouds of his mortality just basically means his fear, his doubt. Okay? This too, O Queen, who can do what you would, I ask of you, that after such a vision, his sentiments preserve their perseverance. Preserve the perseverance just means he's able to remember what he saw. Okay? So imagination is one thing. You can imagine God, but then you must turn this imagination into a memory. And what is radical about this is that our most advanced neuroscience, our most advanced scientists who understand how the brain works, they will tell you this is exactly how the brain works. You imagine the world, and then over time, you turn the world into a story, and this story becomes your memory. Okay? So 800 years before, Dante knew our neuroscience, how our brain actually works. Next slide, please. Thank you. And I was now nearing him who is the end of all desires, as I ought, lift my longing to its ardent limit. Okay? Now, Dante is turning towards God. Now is the time for him to experience God for the first time. Bernard was signaling. He smiled to me to turn my eyes on high. But I already was doing what he wanted me to do, because my sight, becoming pure, was able to penetrate the ray of light more deeply, that light sublime, which in itself is true. From that point on, what I could see was greater than speech can show. At such a sight, it fails, and memory fails when faced with such excess. He's being blinded, okay? His mind is being blown apart. He does not know what he's seeing. It is so vast. It is so beautiful. It's so powerful that he's being blinded, okay? Okay, next slide, please. In this profound ending, I saw and gathered and bound my love into one single volume. What in the universe seems separate, scattered, substances, accidents, and dispositions as it can join in such a way that what I tell is only rudimentary. What he's seeing is this. He's seeing God as the universe before the Big Bang. when the universe was this pool of substances that was chaotic, okay? And then the Big Bang released all of it into the universe, creating our universe. Dante is experiencing God as the universe before the Big Bang. And he's seeing how everything is connected. But he's immortal. He cannot connect all the pieces. He does not know what he's seeing. He just knows what he's seeing is so vast and interconnected. Okay? All right. Any questions so far? All right. Are we clear about what's happening? Okay, keep on going. So was my mind, completely rapt, intent, steadfast, and motionless, gazing, and it grew ever more enkindled as it watched. Okay? So he's meditating. He's trained all his life for this one moment, and he's trying his best. Whoever sees that light is soon made such that it would be impossible for him to see that light aside for other sight. Because the good, the object of the will, is fully gathered in that light. Outside that light, what there is perfect is defective. Okay? God is good. The very goodness, okay, is in God. Okay, so think back to Plato. Goodness, it's encapsulated, embodied in God. Okay? It is what is perfect and good. Keep on going. What little I recall is to be told from this point on in words more weak than those of one whose infant tongue still babes at the breast. Okay, so this is complicated, okay? But what he's saying is this. This is now 10, 20 years after his experience of God. And what he's doing is he's sitting by himself trying to write down what he saw. He spent the past 10, 20 years writing Divine Comedy to share with the world the truth of God. And so it's not that experience, okay? That is now gone. It is now his imagination of that experience. All right? And not because more than one simple semblance was in the living light at which I gaze, for it is always what it was before. But through my sight, which as I gazed grew stronger, that so appearance, even as I altered, seemed to be changing in the deep and bright. Okay, can you continue, please? Essence of that exalted light. 3 circles appeared to me. They had 3 different colors, but all of them were of the same dimension. Okay, so he spent 20 years trying to figure out what he saw. And now he's able to slowly put the jigsaw puzzle together. And what he sees are 3 circles. And this, of course, is the Holy Trinity. So he's figured it out, okay? He's figured that the very essence of the universe, the very foundation of the universe is the Holy Trinity, okay? One circle seemed reflected by the second, as rainbow is by rainbow, and the third seemed fire breathed equally by those 2 circles. Separate but equal, okay? These are separate, but they're the same, the Holy Trinity. How incomplete is speech, how weak when set against my thought. And this, to what I saw, is such, to call it little is too much. Okay, he's figured it out. Next one, please. But he keeps on looking. What does he see? Eternal light, you only dwell within yourself, and only you know you. Self-knowing, self-known, you love and smile upon yourself. That circle, which begotten soul, appeared in you as light reflected. When my eyes had watched it with attention for some time, within itself and colored like it in itself, to me seemed painted with our effigy, so that my sight was set on it completely. There's a problem here. Effigy means a mirror image, okay? What he's saying is this. Within the Holy Trinity, there is an image of us. We are in God. We are at the very essence of God. We are within God. How is that possible? This should not be happening. Okay? This is the deepest, darkest secret of the universe now. How is it that a human is within God itself? That should not be possible. We are separate. God is good. We are evil. Right? That's what Augustine told us. Keep on going. As the geometer intently seeks to square the circle. If you want to know where the phrase square the circle comes from, it comes from this, okay? But he cannot reach through thought on thought the principle he needs. So it's a paradox. He can't figure it out. This is the ultimate paradox. He cannot figure out what's going on. So I searched that strange sight. I wish to see the way in which our human effigy stood the circle and found place in it. How is it we are in God? What is going on here? And my own wings were far too weak for that. Okay? So he's been, for the past 20 years, trying to figure out why this is the case. But then my mind was struck by light that flashed, and with this light, received what had been asked. He now has an inspiration. He now can imagine what God is. He now knows the answer. He knows the answer. He's figured out the universe. He's figured it out. Okay, and this is it. Here, force failed my high fantasy, but my desire and will were moved already, like a wheel revolving uniformly by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. Uh-oh. This is the ending, guys. He doesn't tell us anything. He doesn't tell us what he saw. Okay. We spent, I don't know, years reaching this point. And Don has figured it out. And he's not going to tell us. Why won't he tell us? Because it's a jigsaw puzzle, right? Because it's something that you have to figure out for yourself. This thing only works if you spend the time putting the pieces together. Okay? And it's a lifetime journey. Donna has spent 20 years doing this, okay? So I encourage you all to go on this journey. But you know what? This journey is way too long. So I'll give you my version of the jigsaw puzzle answer today, okay? It may not be the best answer. It may not even be the right answer. But it is an answer, okay? To what Donna is saying. Remember, this is a mystery. This is a paradox. This is a puzzle. It's something that you will have to unravel for yourself. But I will tell you my understanding, all right? Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of Paradise. And this is when Dante is with Beatrice. Who is Beatrice? Beatrice is someone that Dante has loved all his life. They met when they were 10 years old. Their families were friends. But unfortunately, Beatrice came from a very wealthy, high-status family. And Dante was wealthy, but not as wealthy as Beatrice's family. So Beatrice was betrothed to someone of her social status. And she died when she was 24, giving birth. Okay? Dante never forgot about her. She wrote poetry after poetry, reminiscing about her, celebrating her. He wrote Divine Comedy for her. And to basically pay him back, she invited to visit him in heaven, okay? So now they're in heaven. And you would think like, okay, they're in heaven, they love each other, they can do whatever they want. Maybe they'll have sex, maybe they'll just snuggle, maybe they'll, I don't know, eat chocolate together, who knows, okay? But what they do is they start asking themselves questions about the universe. They're in heaven and they want to know about the secrets of the universe. How do the stars work? How does the moon work, okay? So this is what Beatrice says to Dante. Direct your mind to God in gratefulness, she said, Beatrice. He has brought us to the first star, which is the moon, okay? In this cosmology, the first star is the moon. I answered, with the most devotion I can summon, I thank him who has brought me far from the mortal world. But now tell me, okay? The first thing he does is, hey, I want to ask you a question. What are the dark marks on this planet's body? Okay? Where are the dark marks on the moon? Next slide, please. Okay. So they talk, and Beatrice says, your mortal mind can't possibly comprehend the truth, but try. Tell me what you think causes the dark spots on the moon. And Donnie answers, what seems to us diverse up here is caused, I think, by matter dense and rare. Okay? What does he mean by this? Let me explain. What he's saying is this. The moon has parts that are dense and rare. Dense, this means there's lots of rocks, okay? Rare means like there's an opening. So light will pass through what is rare, what is hollow, and so it becomes dark. But light will hit dense parts like mountains, and it'll be reflected back. Okay, and that's why there are dark spots on the moon. And this is the generally accepted theory. But Beatrice says, no, 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 you're wrong. Okay? You're absolutely wrong. There are two possible explanations for this. The first explanation is the moon, there's some parts that are completely hollow. Light just passes completely through. But then ask yourself, a solar eclipse. In a solar eclipse, the moon is able to cover the sun completely, right? But in a solar eclipse, there should be some light that if the moon, there are some parts of the moon that is hollow, there should be some holes in the solar eclipse, right? And then she's like, okay, then your theory is there are some caverns in the moon that go deep. Okay? But I'm going to show you that's not the case either. In the spiritual universe, she's not talking about the physical universe. She's talking about the spiritual universe. All light reflects brightly, no matter where it is, because light comes from the essence of God. Okay? Move on. All right. Can you skip this, please? Okay. So you can skip this as well, actually. All right. So then she just says, okay, you don't believe me. So here's what you're going to do. We will do an experiment. Guys, they're in heaven. And they're doing an experiment. Why? Because Dante doesn't believe her. Dante thinks she's full of crap. Okay? So she say, let's do an experiment. Right? This is not a revolution. If you don't believe someone, do an experiment. All right? It's okay to doubt. Doubt is heavenly. It's divine. Yet an experiment were you to try it could free you from your cavil. If the cavil is all light reflects just as brightly as anywhere, okay? And the source of your art course springs from experiment. Taking 3 mirrors, okay? This is the experiment. And you guys can actually do this at home as well. Place a pair of them at equal distance from you. Set the third in midway between those two, but further back. Then turning toward them, at your back half place a light that kindles those 3 mirrors and returns to you, reflected by them all. Okay? Although the image in the farthest glass will be of lesser size, there you will see that it must match the brightness of the rest. All right, so here's the experiment. Okay? All right, there's a candle. There's a candle. And there's 3 mirrors. The third is the farthest, okay? And you're holding the candle. Within the 3 candles are these images of you holding the candle. Now, in the third mirror, you'll be smaller. What Beatrice is saying is the candle will just be as bright. Is that true physically? It is true physically, okay? You can actually do this at home. Now, what's really fun about this experiment is you can keep on going. This is the first layer, right? Let's do another layer. Okay? Let's do another layer. 5 mirrors, all back, okay? Are they still as bright, the candle? The answer is yes. How about a third layer? Okay? Are they just as bright? The answer is yes. Let's go 1,000,000 layers. Will they just be as bright as the first candle? The answer is yes. All right? That's experiment. It proves that no matter how far the candle is, if it is reflected by the first candle, it will just be as bright as the other candles. All right? That's experiment. Sorry, well, hold on. Now, guys, let me ask you this question. What is this? You remember? It's a Godhead. It's what Donnie saw when he experienced God. You remember, he saw 3 circles, and inside were 3 humans, an effigy. This is experiment, okay? So he's telling us that God is that candle that burns in you and reflects the ultimate good. It reflects the good. And it burns in everyone. And it unifies everyone together. The more you love, the brighter the candle burns. and the brighter the candle burns, the closer you are to God. When you love, you experience God. That is why you are without sin when you love. Okay? This is the Godhead. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, go back. All right. Sorry. Can you go back, please? Okay, sorry. Next slide. All right, next slide. No. Forward. Yes, okay. This is the ending of the Divine Comedy. All right, let's read it again. Now that we have this information. Here force failed my high fantasy, but my desire and will were moved already, like a wheel revolving uniformly by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. He tells us here, God is love, love is God. Love is the universe, it is the force that binds everything together. It is the unifying force of the universe. It is the force that makes things move brightly. Okay? The problem is, before, we could only see, but now, we can now imagine. Okay? God is something you cannot see. God is something that you must imagine. Okay, so that's Divine Comedy. Any questions about this so far? That's a really good question. Who is he writing to? Who is his audience? So he's writing in Tuscan rather than Latin, and he calls it the Commedia. So I think he's trying to avoid the Catholic Church, right? Because at this time, the Catholic Church writes mainly in Latin. So he's trying to avoid the Catholic Church. That's his main enemy, okay? Because if the Catholic Church actually understood what he was doing, they would have basically burned his manuscript, right? So I know it sounds strange, but he's really writing for the universe, if that makes any sense. He's leaving it here as a secret box. And then someone in the future is going to come and they're going to read it. And it's going to entice them. It's like they're curious as to what this is. And at first they can't figure it out, but they stick at it. And over time, it begins to transform how they see the world. Okay? Does that make sense? He's a prophet. He's a poet. And so he's not really writing it to make money or because he has to. He's writing it because he has a moral mission to speak the truth. And when you speak the truth, you're speaking to the universe, not to an individual. All right? Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, Doug, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so, okay. At this time, remember before we said that all writing projects had to be sponsored by a patron. And before it was Kings. So he does have a patron. It's like a count or something. And clearly there are parts in the Divine Comedy which are appealing to his patron, right? But he's really using this as a pretext in order to speak the truth. Okay, does that make sense? He needs funding. I mean, he needs a patron. But what drives him is obviously not the money. What drives him is he believes God has spoken to him. And he believes that he knows God. And he believes that in the Divine Comedy are the secrets of the universe. He himself probably doesn't know all the secrets, but he believes that they're all there if someone is willing to look hard enough. Does that make sense? Okay. But you're right, he did have a patron. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Okay.
Maybe just a small one. But, I really like the translation here.
Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. So there have been multiple translations of the Divine Comedy. This man is named Alan Mendenbaum, and he's the one I prefer the most, just because he's the most relatable. He's the most accessible. I mean, there are these translations by Longfellow, which is beautiful, but it's really complicated. I think Esther Pound has also done a translation, and then there are translations which are rhyme. Okay, so there are different translations. Minimum is I just think I think just the easiest to teach. Okay, and so because of translation issues, this again was written in Tuscan. I tried to avoid a close reading. Okay, because with close reading you want to analyze the word specifically, the diction, but I can't do that because it depends on the translation. Okay, but the ideas are the same. Okay, but thanks. So this is manageable. Okay. We'll do a lot of close reading when we get to English literature, which is like Shakespeare and Milton, okay? Because then you could actually do close reading. But with translation, you can't do close reading. It's too dependent on the translation. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So can we do one more slide? The Augustine slide, and then we'll end. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let's go to Augustine, okay? Augustine says here, man lives by the standard of man, not by the standard of God. He is like the devil, okay? Guys, we are in God because God is in us. God is the candle, the love that burns in us. If we love, the candle burns brighter. It brings us closer to God, okay? This is how we know we're doing good. Because we know, okay? Our hearts will know. Your faces will know. People will know. Everyone knows what good is. Pride will be the start of the evil will. No, pride is who we are. We all strive to be better. His was a venial transgression when he refused to desert his wife, companion. Love is sin. Love is about sin. Love is the greatest force in the universe because it is God. We're created out of nothing. No, we're created out of God, okay? God is in us. God is with us. The heavenly city was created by self-love. The love of God was created by contempt of self. All right, so this is a really important idea. But the idea is this. Love only exists between humans. It does not exist outside of humans. You cannot love money. You cannot love money. You cannot love chocolate. You can only love each other. Because God is within us. Okay? If you love God, you don't love God because God is an idea. You have to love each other. You have to love Beatrice. You have to love your mother. You have to love your son. Okay? In heaven, there will be freedom of will, enjoying and feeling the delight of eternal joys. Sorry, guys. Okay? Divine Comedy says this. There is no end to the universe. At no point will we know everything. We exist because we are continuing God's legacy. When we imagine things, we are engaged in the act of creation. That is God. We are like God. And when we imagine, when we love, okay, that is our ultimate mission in life, to love and to imagine, because then we create new worlds for God to celebrate. Okay, all right. So that was the first lecture on Dante. Next Tuesday, we will do the second. Okay.
Christus reclores, qui regnat in aeternum, in trono gloria sedet. Alleluia. Exaltetur nomen eius, caritate manemu, o Redemptor dulcissime, o Pastor bonus noster, custodi gregem tuum, et dirige egressus in terris nomen tuum, exaltetur ubique gentium, in caelis chorus laudos, in aeternum gloriam.
Okay, good morning. So today we do Dante. And good morning, class. Today we do the theory of everything. So very quickly, I will explain to you what science tells us about where we came from, who we are, and where we're going. So, as you may know, it all started with a Big Bang. Okay? A Big Bang. So, in the beginning, there was a massive ball of energy, and then it exploded. Okay? And because of this explosion, it would create stars and planets and black holes and solar systems. And that's how the universe was created, through the Big Bang. Then we had the Earth, and on Earth, life evolved, starting with plants and sea life, and then we had lizards, mammals, and then we got to humans. Okay, so evolution. The thing about evolution that's very important to understand is that it's all about mutation. So the genes will randomly mutate, and then those genes that are best adapted to the environment will survive. Okay? And this is the idea of the survival of the fittest, introduced to us by Charles Darwin. Okay? And that's how we came to dominate the planet, because we are the fittest, because we're able to work together, because we have language which allows us to store knowledge and pass it on to future generations to accumulate new technology. Okay? So that's the theory of evolution. Now we get to the human mind. Right? The human mind is unique in the universe. It allows us to communicate with each other. It allows us to imagine things. It allows us to be creative. And so neuroscience teaches us that our brains, our brains do is we filter experiences into memories. Now, if you take in psychology, you will know that there's long-term memory and short-term memory. Short-term memory is just what you have today. Long-term memory is what stays in you. Okay? So what the brain does is that it differentiates between short-term and long-term. And then this long-term is stored into a database of memories. And it's divided according to your emotions. Okay? Happy, sad, angry, scared. Okay? So there's a rainbow of emotions, and all your memories are stored according to the different emotions inside your brain, the database of your brain. And from this, you're able to create an identity. Identity is basically an understanding of who you are, your place in the world, and how you should best navigate the world. Okay? So the idea of identity. Now, what you also learn in psychology is it is possible for you to create many different identities. So in a school, you're a student. At home, you're a child. At work, you're an employee, okay? And all these identities put together is called a worldview. And you can understand this as your personality. Okay? All right, so this is all that science knows. I mean, this is pretty simple, but this is what science tells us about where we came from, who we are, where we're going. Now, there are 3 distinct characteristics about the scientific worldview that's very important for us to understand, okay? The first is that this is all random. Okay? This is really important because before we understood this as design, okay? Before we believed that there was a God, now we believe there's no God, all this is just random. That's the first thing I need you guys to remember. Second thing I need you guys to remember is that it's all material. Before we understood the universe as spirit, mainly spirit, but now we understood it as mainly material. Things that we can see and touch. If we cannot see it, we cannot touch it, we cannot measure it, it does not exist. The third characteristic is that it is emergent. Emergent, which just basically means bottom up. You have like these particles, they become atoms, then the atoms become matter, they become stuff, and then we become chairs or people, okay? So it's all emergent. And so these are the 3 major principles of our worldview today. And you should have learned most of this in science class. Okay? Now, there's a problem with all these theories. All right, so I'm going to go over them one by one. And I want to make sure you follow along, okay? Because what I will do now is I will show you the problems, the deficiencies, the flaws in all these theories. Okay, so let's start with the Big Bang. Now, if it is true that the universe started off with a Big Bang and it just expands slowly, then it should expand linearly, okay? But what we see is this. First of all, the universe, it expands weirdly, okay? It's more like this. So as it expands, different parts move faster than other parts. That makes no sense. Also, certain galaxies, okay, galaxies, move faster than other galaxies. This makes no sense either. So, the way that astronomers have explained away these statistical problems is to introduce a new concept called dark energy. And dark energy is most of the universe. It's like at least 80%. Some scientists believe it is 90%. So most of the universe is composed of dark energy. And of course you're like, what is dark energy? And the answer is, we don't know. Now, dark energy sounds like we don't see it. That's not what it is. It's we don't know what it is. And quite honestly, it's cheating, okay? So let me give you an example. Let's just say you take a math test and the teacher asks you 1987 plus 25, and your answer is 20, okay? That's obviously wrong, right? So your teacher says, this is wrong. And then you say, oh, I know how to fix this. Plus dark energy. Problem solved. Okay? This is like literally what cosmologists are doing with dark energy. We don't know what it is, but they say it must be there because otherwise we cannot explain these statistical inconsistencies in our measurements and modeling. And then of course you're like, well, why don't you just say that the Big Bang Theory is wrong? And they're like, well, we could say that. The problem is we don't have a better model. Well, in fact, there is a better model. The better model is there are different Big Bangs. Okay? So if you just assume that there are different Big Bangs, well, this helps us understand what's going on better. But then the question then is, wait a minute, if there are multiple Big Bangs, why are there multiple Big Bangs? Okay? So our current system of understanding the universe simply does not work. And the problem is that it's become a paradigm, a story that is accepted by most scientists, and they refuse to budge on this issue. Okay? But I'm telling you right now that this system is clearly problematic, and it could be wrong. Okay, so that's a problem with the Big Bang. Now let's move on to evolution. Okay? Evolution. Now, in theory, evolution does work, and it works for most animals, except when it comes to human beings. Okay? Because the idea of evolution is gradual progress. But we don't know how we went from the ape, okay, to the human. We share with the ape, other monkeys, 99.9% of DNA. But we don't know why we're so different from the ape. Okay? That's the first problem. Second problem is humans have been around for about 200,000 years. Okay? That's a long, long time. We only have maybe 50,000 years of history. So where did the other 100,000, 150,000 years go? We don't know. Okay? So this is also another huge problem with the theory of evolution. The third problem is, according to evolution, there should be many different types of human beings. But in fact, there's only one, Homo sapiens. Now what scientists will tell you is, well, before there were different species, the Neanderthal, the Cro-Magnon, and then gradually Homo sapiens took them over. And you can believe that, but it's problematic because according to evolution, there should be many, many different types of humans, okay? Maybe some with 6 fingers, some with 3 eyes, like animals. Okay, so the lack of diversity in the human species, it doesn't really fit into the evolution model, okay? All right, so that's the problem with evolution. The real problem is with the human mind, okay? So let's go over some of the problems. All right, so with neuroscience, what they teach you is that what the worldview does, that's very important, is that it filters memories. Okay, the reason why is every day you're absorbing a lot of experiences. If your brain were to absorb all the experiences, your brain will explode because there's too much information to process. Therefore, your worldview processes different experiences. It differentiates between experiences that are important and experiences that are not important. And experiences that are important, of course, goes into your long-term memory. The problem with this is, how about babies? In theory, babies should not have a worldview. They should not have a personality. But if that's the case, then how do they process memories? How do they know what memories to store, what memories not to store? Okay? The other thing is that I have 3 kids, and I can tell you that they're all distinct personalities. It seems as though they were born with a worldview. And then the question then is, where does this come from? Your eye color, your hair, your height comes from your parents' DNA, right? So is your personality from your parents' DNA? Probably not, okay? Just ask yourself, am I a composition of my parents' personalities? You're not. You're a different person than your parents. So this is a huge problem with this model. Where does the personality come from? And why is it embedded in us from the very first day? Okay? what's more problematic is how we think. Consciousness. We do not have currently a model for how we think. In fact, if you study neuroscience, you will find there are a lot of gaping holes in our understanding of the brain. For example, we do not know where the brain stores memory. That's very unusual because the memory is a building block of everything. But we don't know in the brain where it is stored. Yeah? Jimmy? No. The hippocampus? No, it's not. We don't know where it's stored. There are certain things that we know where it's stored. For example, we know where maybe language is stored. We know where faces are stored, okay? So maybe the faces are stored in the hippocampus. But we don't know where memory is stored, okay? So what we say is the entire brain stores memories. But that's another saying we don't know where it's stored, all right? So the other thing is that our current model of the brain, it's like a city, okay? Think of the brain as a city. And what makes the brain work are the roads, or what we call the synapses. When they hit each other, it creates electricity. And that's where we think that how thought is generated, okay? But this is problematic because we think a lot, okay? So let me give you an example of this to clarify. Now, in science class, you're taught the scientific method. Okay, what's the scientific method? Well, you do research. You create a hypothesis from the research, and then you create an experiment to test out the hypothesis. And then you have data, and then you make observations, and then you refine the hypothesis, okay? And this is what we believe a way to model the act of thinking. And you're taught this in every class, even in English class, right? You do research, then you create an outline, right? The outline has a thesis with 3 evidence, right? And then you write it out, write a draft, you edit it, and you repeat the process. Okay, this is what you're taught in school. Okay, I'm gonna say something that will shock you, okay? This is what you're taught in school. This is what you believe works. But as someone who is much older than you are, as someone who actually thinks for a living, who teaches for a living, who writes for a living, I'm gonna tell you, how you actually think is the complete opposite. Okay? So what happens is you actually think or imagine the story or the idea to begin with, okay? And then you start working backwards to create the process. You're taught in school, it's a process that creates the idea. What I'm telling you is that in reality, it's the idea that creates the process. Okay? So let me give you an example of this. If you look at every major scientific discovery, it all came to the person in a dream or when he was, or it sort of popped into that person's head. Okay? It's just think of a light bulb popping up, okay? So an example is Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein created his theory relatively not in a laboratory, not by doing research with other scientists, but simply by sitting in a patent office every day and just daydreaming. And then, boom, the idea came to his head. He's like, okay, now I have this idea. Now what he's going to do is go back and look for the evidence to support his idea. Yes? Okay. Is a hypothesis the idea?
Okay, no, the hypothesis is the assumption. Okay? What I'm trying to tell you is this. What I'm trying to tell you is the idea or the final product comes first. Then you go backwards. Okay? And you create the draft. Then you create the outline. Then you do the research. Okay? Now, I know this sounds weird, but let me give more examples. James Watson came up with the double helix model of DNA. How he did this was he spent years and years working to figure out how DNA worked. And then boom, one day he had a dream of a staircase, a double staircase. And he's like, maybe that's the model I need to use. And then he started to do more research and he discovered, hey, this works. Okay? But the question then is, how did that get into his head? Okay, let me give you another example. I write books, and I've written 3 novels. And you won't believe this, okay? But my wife is here, and like she knows how I work. You would think that when you write a book, you would spend every day at the desk and read books, take notes, and then transform it into a book, right? I don't do that. What I do is I lie in bed and I might play some video games or I might read a book, okay? I get up, I walk to the park, and I come back and I have all these ideas. And I write down all these ideas over 1 hour, 2 hours on the computer, okay? And then I'm exhausted. I've run out of ideas. And I'm like, okay, tomorrow, what am I gonna do if I have no ideas? I can't write anymore. But what happens is the next day I get up and I have new ideas. And I write it back and I write it down again, okay? So it's not like I am generating these ideas, it's more like I'm receiving these ideas. If you actually watch me work,